Hi guys, good evening. We are back with more Jibber, and we should start really be doing regular or longer streams again. I've been getting so restless. Like last night, I tried to watch an episode of Star Trek and ended up chatting with somebody about Warhammer for the next 3 hours. And I did not even finish the Star Trek episode. And then I went to bed and ended up not falling asleep for 3 hours listening to ASMR instead. And then in the morning I didn't even get up out of bed, set up listening ASMR another 3 hours. My back hurts from all this bed listening ASMR. I'm getting restless and I need to keep busy, and while I was walking today I decided to revisit Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2 to complete the remaining achievements, and I'm gonna do them on stream. The only one I did off the stream was the one that was the tedious long one otherwise, which I just completed. The Win a multiplayer campaign. So my nephew helped me.
Oh my god.
And I went with Durtu, he went with Skarsnik, click, 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 head to head, Skarsnik dead, achievement, win a multiplayer campaign. In Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3, you don't have to win a multiplayer campaign, you just have to play a multiplayer campaign. So the achievements that remain of Warhammer 1 are following. Play 25 multiplayer battles. I did play some multiplayer battles in Warhammer 1 with viewers and some random people. I think this one can be achieved by just playing against the AI in multiplayer. This one is been bugged for me, and I don't know how I didn't complete this one. Playing as Wood Elves or Argulon, win 10 ambush battles during a single campaign. Since we're gonna be rushing the achievements, we can finally play campaign below Legendary. Otherwise, all these achievements would take over a week to complete. Maybe even longer. So, Wood Elves, 10 ambush battles, and my favorite. Norska campaign, Nurgle, and Norse campaign Slanesh. I feel like I played Norska in Warhammer 1 just because of pressure. Norska was an intimidating AI faction who you had to respect and hate at the same time, but they're not even a shadow of them former self in the current Warhammer. So gotta do 2 Norse campaigns, but maybe it's just auto resolve fast on easy, and everything is saved. So we're just gonna go steamroll to the achievements like that. Since we're not really gonna be playing real campaigns, this is not gonna count like real campaign, just rushing the achievements. In Warhammer 2, I also need 5 achievements, and apparently, playing as High Elves, I have never constructed the White Tower of Horde. Never in my life had I had the White Tower of Horde. Possibly due to Confederation, and possibly it's only Eye of the Vortex. So High Elf campaign with 3 thriving alien colonies, and High Elf campaign to control the volcanoes in Eye of the Vortex. Then Skaven campaign to occupy Hexoatl, and Hammery campaign to occupy all of the Hekara in Eye of the Vortex. It'll be also all be done on easy difficulty, so click, 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 click. And if I am still not happy at that point, we might play some Realm of the Chaos. Oh man, Realm of the Chaos, another one this year. Somebody send help. Kinda wanna see the Legion of Chaos, but I don't wanna play Realm of fucking Chaos, the dog shit campaign. But I don't know, I'm getting restless, guys, and I can't even fall asleep properly anymore. Nothing really works for me right now. TV shows, other games, or can't keep busy with anything. It has to be Warhammer. How many times you played Chaos? Many times. But in which game though? I might have done over 20 Chaos campaigns in Warhammer 1 and 2. Anyways, this is basically our schedule. We're gonna be doing this, but let's get back to good stuff. We're talking about Total War Warhammer 2. Last look on the Realm of Chaos factions. Realm of Chaos, Jesus. Fuck me. I need to get drunk for the next week or something. Get me 10 bottles of whiskey and just pass out the next 10 weeks, 10 days. Moral Empires. I had a lot of breaks from Warhammer as well, but not because I got bored of it. It's because I got burned out in between, mainly due to issues and corrupted saves. Every time a game crashes, it just kills the desire for me to play the game. There was a period in the middle of Warhammer 2 where we had a series of corrupted saves, and that killed probably 2,000 hours of Warhammer 2 for me. And for a while, for the next probably a year, I was had this feeling, always playing these campaigns, that at some point a campaign would get corrupted. We started not even finishing campaigns, going for critical mass, and we started even semi-rushing campaigns. And a bunch of rushed, spoiled experiences because of that. So far, looks like the save corruption has been fixed in the end of Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3. So I would have probably played Warhammer 2 for another 2,000–3,000 hours if it wasn't for the issues with corrupted saves and the crashes. But it's not like we haven't played enough of it. I played Warhammer 2 for like 7,000 hours, and I still feel like I could easily do another 10 campaigns, no problem. Because there's things I still want to try, and there's lords I still want to play. But we got Warhammer 3 out now, right? So we were talking about some of the factions and my feelings about them and what could be done, and hopium and speculation. We've done the High Elves, the Lizardmen, the Dark Elves, the Skaven, the Vampire Coast, the Tomb Kings, the Empire, and now we have... is this halfway done? Damn, there's so many factions in the game. Now we are down to Dwarfs. My favorite faction in the Warhammer series. If I had to pick one between the Empire and Dwarfs, Dwarfs are just slightly ahead, and there can only be one, and I picked Dwarfs. So, first thing first about the Dwarfs. There's a lot of people over the years I heard complain about the Dwarfs, either because boring gameplay or because they get restricting themselves by corner camping or not using different units or not playing with different lords. Yada yada yada. One-dimensional faction complainings. How I see it, yes, the Dwarves are kinda one-dimensional. Dwarves are supreme quality. They're supposed to be some of the highest quality in the game, in the lore, overall. And the thing I really love about the Dwarves is how satisfying they are to play. The overall atmosphere of playing Dwarves in this setting, in fantasy, Dwarves in fantasy, alongside with vampires. I'm not talking about Warhammer here, I'm talking about general. Dwarf fantasy, ever since Dungeons and Dragons, vampires mentioned in any of the fantasy universes were some of my favorite, you know, beings or things or races, whatever you want to call it. So I'm a big fan of Dwarves, even before Warhammer. Before Warhammer, I was a really big fan of Dwarves in Lord of the Rings, Middle-earth, and before that started with Dungeons and Dragons. Dwarves, for me, are simply the best because they feel so satisfying to me. Super satisfying. Let me tell you how the Dwarves feel to me. You know, now I can actually compare it with maybe a better analogy, if that's even an analogy. You know, like when you're, you know, posting or you're not eating something for a while, and then you create a gourmet meal, and then you really enjoyed the shit out of it, well, that's Dwarfs for me. Especially after I played the several campaigns in between. And nothing is as satisfying in this game as the Dwarfs. The only factions that get even close to me that are satisfying as the Dwarfs in these games are the Empire and the Vampire Counts. The Empire just has a special place in my heart for it. I'm an Empire fanboy. And I like the Empire so much that I actually finished the first couple of books ever in my life that I read, and they were about Sigmar and the Empire. There were a couple of things about the Dwarfs and the Vampires in that book, so it made the book even better. So the Dwarfs are just simply that satisfying to me that I just really enjoy them. They are one-dimensional. They do have high quality. High quality comes with armor, defense, and range. There is a faction that is the most specialized faction in the game when it comes to reacting. And nobody reacts better in campaigns than the Dwarves, I would say. They don't have wizards to do destructive magic, so you have to use your formations and range to destroy the enemy, which in itself makes them a totally different playstyle than, for example, Empire, which, you know, inherited some things from Dwarves in the lore and the game. So, you know, totally different feels for me playing Empire, playing Dwarves. Another thing I really love about the Dwarves is their lords. Their lords are some of the best melee experts in the game. Even their base lord, even their Thane, their hero, and their legend lords are just awesome. And I think the Sea had done an amazing job with creating the Dwarves and translating them into their game. And really can't complain that much about it. There, of course, nothing is perfect. There's always ways to improve things in you know, various ways. Who doesn't want to see their factions get improved and, you know, more polished? Dwarves ended up being in an excellent shape at the end of the Warhammer 2. There's a couple of disappointments with Dwarves that they've never really addressed, and primarily a couple of units being off and some of the technologies being off, and they failed to deliver some glue that will connect some of these things to feel perfect like the rest of the Dwarf stuff. And to name a few, I would say Gyro Bomber. While you can get a very good value out of the Gyro Bomber, it ends up still being disappointing to me. And Bolt Thrower. Bolt Thrower, even at the end of Warhammer 2, does not feel like a Dwarf unit. And when you compare the Dwarven Bolt Thrower, which was supposed to be innovation, and compare them to the Bolt Thrower of the High Elves and the Dark Elves, it's simply supremely lacking. And the fact they never addressed this and released technologies that will make Bolt Thrower better. There's missing technologies as well, and actually to the Warhammer 2 levels. I don't know what they were trying to do with Bolt Thrower, but there's some minimal value out of the unit, but that unit does not feel like a Dwarf unit. I've been waiting for years in Warhammer 2 for them to patch the Bolt Thrower to be work similarly to the Bolt Thrower of the Dark Elves and the High Elves. The Dwarves did invent the crossbows. The Dark Elves perfected it, and Dwarves having worse Bolt Thrower than the Elves, that is simply unacceptable, especially the Dwarves which are stuck up with tradition and the you know, quality assurance of their contraptions through you know, centuries. That would create a unit like a Bolt Thrower, and that this thing would exist in the roster. It's just not acceptable. What can be done about the Bolt Thrower? Probably a technology to increase entities, projectiles. I mean, they can do so many things about it. Do not test the esports. We'll talk about more about in the game. It's just simply unacceptable for the highest quality race in the lore and the game to have a unit like Bolt Throwers. They've delivered something and beyond, though, in other areas, like they created a mechanic for dwarves, like the Forge. They've sent Ungrim to its own faction. They even released a new dwarf lord. They added some kind of rune system. They've made the runesmiths proper. The runesmiths are amazing. Rune lords have also become their own unique lords. So they've delivered some really good stuff for the dwarves in Warhammer 2. Well, dwarves were always, ahead. Well, they could always become better by adding more improvements, mechanics, and stuff like that. So they have actually unique stuff of their own. But even if the Greenskins actually got reworked as a proper faction now in the series and not one of the worst factions in the series, I still think the dwarves have gotten the best part of Warhammer 2. And should we even really be surprised? So, dwarves, they have race attributes, the Forge, collect valuable trading goods and spend old gold to create magic items and powerful ruins. This is basically an improved version of Mortuary Cult and makes the Mortuary Cult worse. Mortuary Cult is missing a fresh coat of paint, some more additions to it, and buffs in general. We already mentioned yesterday with Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings have the worst base magic chance, percentage chance to find magic items, and this is because of Mortuary Cult, while the dwarves have this regular and they get the Forge on top of that. And in Warhammer 3 with the other stuff, we're not sure what they're going to be changed about it, but if nothing really changes, it's going to be even better if you ask me. So they're basically taking the mechanic of Tomb Kings and they just made it better for dwarves without any downside, like the Mortuary Cult. So the Mortuary Cult really should be improved in that regard, so it's more unique than the Forge and it's got a fresh coat of paint, so it makes it better for the Tomb Kings. Dwarves have this flavor mechanic, the grudges. Scores against dwarves must be settled by any and all means necessary to keep order. When Warhammer got released, this system was bare bones joke. When they done Warhammer 2, it was slightly less of a joke, but still a joke. But towards the end of Warhammer 2, it got improved, and more or less I'm happy with it now. The dwarves really got a good part of which other factions in Warhammer 1 get as good update as the dwarves? Now, Greenskins are the closest probably, but it feels like it was really easy to update the dwarves. And they haven't even had to do much about it. Roster of heavily armored units with strong leadership and a variety of deadly war machines. Yeah. So, Dwarf's playstyle, like I said, is reactive. When it comes to single player and total war games, there are two playstyles. There's a reactive and proactive. So one playstyle basically creates a formation, usually with range, and fortifies on a good part of the map and just pulls the AI towards you, and you then just react on the enemy movements and apply pressure, damage, and eventually utter destruction. Dwarves excel at this the best. The second playstyle is proactive, is usually when you're moving towards the AI formation, usually when you have an overwhelming melee composition, either Chaos or the Greenskins, and when you're trying to overwhelm the enemy. Depending what faction you play, enter a grinder, maybe with a vampire counts, or just totally storm them and surround them and crush them within a few minutes. Like Greenskins, for example. So dwarves are basically on the high end of the spectrum. They are just a reactive faction. That is a very good example of reactive faction, and all factions can be made reactive depending what you really want to do in battle, or which faction you play, or somebody else says this differently, how lazy you are. So you can create pretty much every faction in the game to play reactively. Even a really bad range faction like Warriors of Chaos. So it's up to you. Dwarfs are not very good as a proactive faction because they are too slow. And that is alright. We do need imbalanced extreme factions like this for the sake of variety. There's so many factions in the game, and if you didn't have a slowest faction that just reacts, it would definitely be an incomplete, you know, list. Howdy. Hey, Saron. Howdy. Man, I haven't heard howdy all year. Thanks, Saron.
Howdy. My name is Jed Masterson.
Hey, Jed.
I'm a caravan boss for the Happy Trails Caravan Company.
Oh man, we haven't played Fallout New Vegas in so long.
Offer for you. Happy Trails is organizing an expedition north into Utah off the Long 15, and we need people. We're looking for caravan guards.
I haven't heard hiking speech in a long time. Well, blame Cookies. Cookies is to blame for no hiking speech for the rest of the year. Cookies sometimes pushes my buttons. I love him, but he's a special person.
On the other hand, if you're a greenhorn or a city slicker spinning tales about your skills, you can kindly go hang.
Yeah, go ahead, Cookies.
Like your gumption, we'll pay you square and treat you fair. Find me, Jed Masterson, at the Northern Passage if you're interested. Luck to you.
So the main faction in the Dwarfs race is Karaz-a-Karak. Same as the Empire Warhammer 2, they got 2 lords. The CA tried to separate all the Legend lords from the factions that had more than one, because they were working towards every faction having their own lord, and every Legend lord being the separate faction. The Legend lords are powerful characters, and no Legend faction should have access to multiple, because it a little bit takes away from the faction, if you ask me, and especially if you're planning for one of those campaigns where you just collect everything. You know, every now and then you could go for it, or you can actually, even myself, I go for it, but you know, thinking that you may have to play a race that you have to just collect all the lords, it's seems like exhausting. So every now and then playing a faction, just having access to your Legend Lord, it's fine. Even there's no access to Confederation, I decide not to Confederate. So Karaz-a-Karak, my favorite faction in the game, and led by the High King, Thorgrim Grudgebearer. Karaz-a-Karak starts in the same spot. It looks like Silver Road, capital. We did see the overpass of it, and it looked good. And now the White Dwarf will no longer be making the High King look bad. This is interesting, cause who is going to control Belegar? What stops the Dwarves to take Belegar? Will the Belegar be ruins? Will it be controlled by another faction? I don't know. Maybe Wurzak will have better bonuses. With no Grimgor here, Grimgor did focus south towards the end of Warhammer 2. This part of the map got changed so many times over the years. And this one feels off. This one feels off. To me, it looks like they wanted to move Grimgor for reasons. And since they had moved Grimgor, they moved Crooked Moon here. I think Crooked Moon here is excellent. Excellent. Crooked Moon getting Mount Goombat makes it a less shittier faction. I just hope Crooked Moon is going to have a landmark there. So hoping Crooked Moon is going to be less of a shitty faction. Greenskins are strong, doesn't matter which faction you play. At the end of Warhammer 2 they were the strongest melee faction. And the Goblins are stupid effective, tier 0 units as well. Night Goblins are irrelevant, shit flavor. They never really got fixed towards the end of Warhammer 2. I hope for them they get improved. But Crooked Moon being here makes this a little bit more interesting. Especially if Skarsnik gets some kind of extra buffs. So it really depends how potent these two factions are going to be. I have a feeling the Karaz-a-Karak is going to go through different stages of state of the game. And this is how it was happening in Warhammer 1, and this is how it was happening to most of the Warhammer 2. Now that there is no white dwarf, I think Karaz-a-Karak is proper now. It's gonna be proper challenging, and you're gonna start with the High King like you should be. So Karaz-a-Karak, led by Thorgrim, has faction effects, chance to receive additional random rewards for every grudge result. I have not played reworked Karaz-a-Karak, and I have a little bit of regrets with that. Diplomatic relations plus 20 with dwarfs. Upkeep minus 30% for longbeards and hammers. So additional random rewards for every grudge result. I don't know what this even means, because I have not played the changed Karaz-a-Karak. I did play lots of Karaz-a-Karak campaigns, but I have not played since they changed this. Recruit rank plus 3 for hammers. Hammers are elite melee infantry. They're a pretty good unit, but doesn't really fit dwarven armies, because it's too slow and dwarves have better units. But this is an elite unit. The dwarves have some of the highest quality elite infantry in the game. Stuff like Ironbreakers, Hammers, Giant, Slayers. Heck, even the Iron Rakes could be put into that category. I have never fully tested Hammers since they changed the splash, but I always consider Hammers an elite unit, but it looks pretty bad compared to the Giant Slayers, who I consider one of the best units in the entire Warhammer 2. Lord effects, all commandments have more powerful effects, so even further effect here. So they added quite a bit of stuff here. I mean, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 faction effects. The High King is one of the best melee experts in the game. And a reminder, Hexoatl, the worst faction effect in the game. So I don't know what I think about this. One thing is the factions having limitations and restrictions and being weaker in one area while imbalanced in another area. Another thing to create these powerful characters and give some really weird faction effects, because they've already done a lot of stuff everywhere. It's almost like too many lords have received campaign wound range plus 10% or upkeep reductions, and they had to give some shitty effect to Hexoatl, because, you know, can't have too many factions with the same effects.
For the Karaz-a-Karak.
So Thorgrim has a bunch of stuff here, and I'm not sure how good is this now these days. It does tend to flavor the hammers, and the hammers are probably now best than they have ever been. And you could have used these units even in the older days. Now they're probably just overkill. But when the Giant Slayers exist, the Hammers just feels like a little bit worse to use. Well, the Giant Slayers are just an incredible unit, and they fit the Dwarven armies unlike the Hammers. So Lord effects, leadership order size plus 75%, because, you know, dwarves, they do need leadership, because they have really poor leadership, being a faction that have the best leadership in the game. Physical resistance, 50% for Hammers units in the Lord's army. So this stat effect makes the Hammers wanted in this army, and on top of this, passive guardian for Hammers in the Lord's army. So basically, when I read his Lord effects, it's a flavor. It's a decent flavor. It's a type of flavor which wanna make you play differently, and I think this is pretty good. Which means the High King, not only just tanking now and fighting characters, he should probably have 2 regiments of Hammers next to him at all times, and delete everything with those 2 regiments of Hammers. So wherever the High King goes on the battlefield, you have like 2 Hammers to go with him, and they slowly just destroy everything. You want to have Thorgrim that with buffs to attack on Hammers. So those 2 Hammers are really deadly. Think of it like this, like 2 chosen great weapons going with your Legend Lord and slowly deleting one part of the battlefield at a time. And I think this is a pretty good flavor, and I think this is how the Thorgrim should be played these days. Close to Hammers, 2 regiment stops, you don't need more than 2. I would recommend the Hammerer and the Regiment Renown, or just 2 Hammers. And where Thorgrim goes, 2 Hammers goes, and you fight every battle like that. Make things more interesting, different, and fully flavorful. 2 is more than enough, because the Hammers are really tough. If you just put 1, they're gonna focus down. While 2, if 1 gets focused down, the second one will still be active. Because Hammers are the units that get focused down quite a bit by the enemy range, or enemy range in general, even magic. And I don't think this is going to change. Once the Hammers get the rank 7 technologies and battle skills, they had beyond absurd stats. Beyond absurd stats. And not chosen, but they come close. He starts with Grudge Throwers and the Quarrelers. You know, I wish in Warhammer 3 this additional starting units, it would actually just list all the starting units and not just what you have. So this additional starting unit is so misleading. Look at this archers here. Like when I saw this arch yesterday here, I got this idea where instead of saying additional starting units, it should say starting army. And it should show the unit card of Legend Lord, so you can mouse over the stats, and all the starting units. How hard is to do that? So they should definitely do something like that instead of this. This has never really done something. So give it a Legend Lord, so you can mouse over the Lord, see some information, and all the starting units listed. There's plenty of room. And when you look at the interface in the Warhammer 3 Realm of Chaos, it's more than enough room there. Even our army has a lot of units. So we can look at the Lord and talk about his stats already in here without going to the game, and see a full list of his starting units. So faction with a powerful Lord, powerful city, it's the Karaz-a-Karak. And already that alone, it makes it amazing if you ask me. But let's see what they got in the game. Hey Alexis. Well, the Hammerers are not really anti-infantry. Hammerers are made to be anti-everything. They're supposed to be a versatile unit that destroys primarily armored units and heroes. But they're supposed to be anti-everything. Well, due to their speed, they struggle against large, which makes the Giant Slayers amazing. Also good for new players, sort of interaction, yeah. I remember when they patched Greenskins into the Immortal Empires, and you had 7 armies of Greenskins in your territory before turn 20. And everybody's still recommending Dwarfs as a nice interfaction. Dwarfs in the current stage of the Immortal Empires are not a new player friendly faction. New player factions are Itza with Gorok, and Repans with Bretonia, and to some extent Tyrion, also the new player friendly factions. So Dwarves are outdated as a new player faction. They used to be until the Greenskins got updated. Okay, so they added what they call these Great Grudges. Oh, man, I love this. Yeah, then the last update for Dwarves was amazing. This is the Damaskron Great Book of Grudges, and apparently every Dwarf faction has it, not just Karaz-a-Karak. I let it slide. So, what do they call these things? The big grudges. What the big grudges are called again? Yeah, this was the good change. I lost a little bit with this, but it was a good change. This is the grudge meter. As you get grudges in the book and you not complete them, the severity increases and different bonuses and penalties are provided. The great grudges, I think they're called great grudges, right? This is the forge, as you can see, pretty similar to the mortuary cult. Basically a better mortuary cult. It's not the same exactly, but it's close. So you basically get this resource oat gold, and together with having a resource available to you, you can craft a variety of items. Some items are better than others depending what you go for. You can also craft runes for the characters and runes for the units. And if you don't like any of the items, you can destroy it, recycle it. I wonder if this option is gonna get improved in Immortal Empires, because not only you can salvage items now in Warhammer 3, but you can also fuse them into a better item. And since you can fuse something, unless you really need old gold, this recycle thing is not gonna be very useful anymore. So first thing first, you get an amazing city. Dwarfs capital. Dwarfs do have the best garrisons in the game. You can do miracles with them. And if you add an emergency lord plus a couple of regiments to the down, there's not telling how many armies you can handle on a proper garrison. Karaz-a-Karak is the main dwarf city and has a lot of slots. There's a couple of landmarks, has gems. Dwarves are rich. Not only their characters are high quality, units are quality, but also the buildings. The last rework on the dwarves actually made dwarves even better than before. It literally put all their stuff one tier lower. And this change was most welcome, because it definitely looked good for the future. And if they can do this with the dwarves never had tier 5 units, but in the past their tier 5 units were the flame cannons, Iron Rex or Hammer Torpedo, and the Jar Bomber, but they don't really have tier 5 units. There's several factions like this in the game where there's tier 5 material, but they're not really tier 5 units. Well, if I had to assign tier 5 units, I'd probably put organ guns and the Iron Breakers as tier 5 units, but you know, just my opinion. This is fine as well. Regarding the buildings, can't really complain much about this. I think that the change they did is amazing, but now there's also looks like there are tier 5 units missing. And I'm not sure what can be done about this. Dwarves apparently have massive big units in the lore as well. Infantry just being quality does not make tier 5. It's usually you know, made for some kind of machines, war machines, or monsters and stuff like that. And I'm looking forward to see what they're gonna do about it. It clearly looks like something is missing here, and something is missing here, so we might see it in the future. Runeforge might get some kind of monster type unit, while the Engineers Guild Hall might get the big flying unit. And I'm expecting this to happen in the Warhammer 3. On this, the buildings are pretty good. Dwarves being restricted to having poorer replenishment and poorer growth. It's basically part of their faction limitation, and like I said all the many times, no faction should be perfect or have everything. Some factions should always have something limited, and I think this fits for the dwarf lore, and makes the, you know, dwarf having a little bit harder experience. You know, I think it's fitting. And at first it looked off, but as I played a couple of campaigns, as somebody who played a lot of dwarves, it was fitting. It added a little bit more challenge to the campaign and slowed down the campaign a bit, but it felt good. So the worst thing about the dwarves is replenishment and growth, and I think this fits them perfectly. They're most likely going to try to do something about it, because people usually tend to complain about what is off with factions, and developers do tend to please these people. So I can totally see dwarves getting more growth and replenishment in the future. Unlike some other dwarves, Silver Road starts with the capital, who has unchanged dwarf growth, so they get the best growth. Yeah, have not been doing early access for over 4 years. It's been 4 years and 2 months since I left that influencer program, so it is 99% not going to change. Not going to change. So Thorgrim has some really crazy stats. Like, this is what makes the Thorgrim the best dwarf legendary lord is he is large. He is large, and I think this is going to remain still the best thing about Thorgrim in Warhammer 3 as well. So don't even look at these other stats, which are most impressive, and I'm not biased here. This is crazy. Thorgrim is large, and this fact alone makes him the best dwarf lord. He might not have the highest damage or different specialities like some of the other dwarf legend lords, but overall stats he has the best. So, large dwarf lord from rank 1, incredible. He has very good splash, and as you can see the stats, like 7700 health, rank 1, 125 armor, 85 leadership. The worst thing about him, he's slow, but that's all the dwarves. 52 melee attack, magical attacks, which are gonna be better now. 62 base defense, 62, 500 weapon strength, of which 200 is AP. Charge movement doesn't really matter. 15 missile resistance, like all warriors should have. And dwarves is a race that is resistant to magic and corruption in general, diseases. So they got 25 magic resistance, which was amazing in Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2. In Warhammer 3 it's not going to be as amazing, because it's probably just going to translate into spell resistance, which for regular units will still be useful, while it's not as good as magic resistance, because magic resistance also mitigates magical attacks, which makes magical attacks really bad, and dwarves too good. I'm fine with this change, which will make the dwarves a little bit more squishy on the battlefield, especially against certain enemies. But this change, I think, was the right one to do. Thorgrim also has an ability called Oath of Vengeance. 200 meter range, 44 seconds, debuff for 24 defense with a 60-second cooldown. I don't know who did this, but I'm sensing mass bias here for somebody to give Thorgrim this incredible ability. Maybe they understood that dwarves tend to do the range meta, but having an ability like this that lasts 44 seconds and having access to a hammer and starting army or a giant slayer later, it makes unit evaporate. Whoever gets debuffed by this. Preferably use it on somebody who's about to get hit by a unit of hammerers or the giant slayers. Those are the hardest hitting dwarf units. And when this unit loses 24 defense and dealing against high offense units like slayers or high damage units like the hammerers, they're just gonna go poof. 44 seconds will be enough for that hammer or giant slayer to delete the whole unit. So this is really fitting for Thorgrim, because it goes amazing with the hammer, and the fact he still gets to this in rank 1 and it's 44 seconds, that's kind of nutty. Just think about it like this. This is hammer, has a 46 melee attack, that's 35% base hit chance, which means the Hammerers have 81 attack. Orc Boys have 25 defense. So the Hammerer will already have what 56% chance to hit Orc Boys, which for a melee unit is already pretty high. But Thorgrim is gonna get another debuff for 24, and this is gonna move it close to the cap of 90%. When you can't charge, it's gonna be capped. So units like the Orc Boys or Biggins are gonna get utterly destroyed while they have that debuff. So this is a really nice flavor ability for Thorgrim, and I think it's a little bit too strong. But considering the Dwarf faction tends to favor the range and not melee, I think it's fitting for a High King to have such ability. But it's a very strong ability. When used right, it can delete a unit. And when that unit gets deleted, when 6 seconds go away, refreshes, he can use it again. You can use this ability even like effectively 3 times per battle. The fact it has 200 range is probably even better than 44 second duration. So incredible base stats, even gets good ability. This is a lord that's going to be tanking, and due to the flavor change, this is a lord that's going to have to fight with the 1 or 2 regiments of Hammerers nearby. Hammerers will also provide Guardian to the Thorgrim, which makes Thorgrim even tougher. So Thorgrim had impressive stats and had impressive items. Dwarfs had always impressive items, but Dwarfs didn't had a lot of skills in the past, so they tend to pick the character lines as well, which makes their stats absurd. And on top of that, one of the last updates of the Dwarfs introduced character runes. So not only you have some of the highest quality base stats in all of the game, you can equip 4 items, and Dwarfs have access to some of the best items, have enough skills to create fighter lines, make some of the best fighters in the game, and on top of that, they can equip character runes. 3 per character. Nothing even comes close to the amount of quality that the Dwarves get like that. It might not be specialized in one area on every character, but overall is some of the highest amount of stats any lord can have in the game. This stuff, for example, can be, you can see here, this one is Master Rune of Flight as a magic missile. Master Rune of Alaya, this I think is a banner. Non-character unit. Artillery unit. And that is one. Master Rune of Adamant. Plus 20% hit points. That's just one of the runes you can equip. You can equip 3 runes. So imagine you get incredible base stats, access to some of the best items in the game, easily equip these stats as well, because there's not enough skill points for the stuff. And then you get stuff like that gives another 20% hit points on the top, and some other stuff as well. The dwarf characters are beyond absurd when it comes to quality. And I think it's fitting for dwarves, maybe a little bit too high, because then you remember stuff like Orc Warboss exist, then you remember stuff like General of the Empire exist. General of the Empire and Orc Warbosses in the lore in the game should never nearly come close to the quality of a dwarf lord, but they should have their own thing, and they should be special in their own way, and they failed to deliver that in Warhammer 2. Maybe they fixed in Warhammer 3. So they made the Warhammer 2 dwarves characters beyond ridiculous, while some other factions have not received the same amount of polish or, you know, love like the dwarves did. So Thorgrim Grudgebearer has 4 unique items. Axe of Grimnir is an outdated weapon. No doubt made by the same people who are making the Warhammer 3 weapons. Has a little bit of everything, and it's kind of overall a shitty weapon considering what's available in the game. Some of the rebalanced, uncommon and rare weapons are better than this. So the Axe of Grimnir alongside the Galmaraz, Slayer of Kings, and probably a half a dozen other weapons should be completely reworked. Some of these weapons supposed to be exceptional, not just boring. Boring with a variety of stats. I mean, look at this. 12 AP on a 500 weapon strength guy. 4 anti-large, 6 attack, magical attacks. He has magical attacks already. 5 upgrade reduction, 10% recruitment reduction, and 10% more battle loot. Dwarfs have some of the worst battle loot in the game, so 10% might as well be 0. Like, what the hell is this? You know what is this? When you acquire this weapon, you go to the forge, you go to recycle, and you recycle it for old gold. And that is sad, 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 sad thing. These are craftable weapons. These are unique ones. And for example, this is a rare one anybody can get. Damage anti-infantry already way superior than Axe of Grimnir, but there is an ability that grants perfect vigor. Or get extreme melee defense, slow aura, and slow penalty if you tend to favor range. More specialized oral stronger items that not just Thorgrim can get, but another 20 lords. The fact an item called the Axe of Grimnir exists and it has these stats, sad, sad, sad. This I consider one of the worst weapons of the game, because not only is lazily designed, it's boring and doesn't add anything to the game. Whoever is designing these items has to stop and put at least 5 minutes into it, and you know, make it more interesting, make it actual weapon. This is called Axe of Grimnir. It's supposed to be a legendary dwarf artifact. When it comes to craftsmanship and legendary items, dwarves are second to none. And the dwarves having shit items, especially unique items, that goes against the flavor, that goes against the lore, and gives me brain damage. Remember these stats. Enables magical attacks, upkeep reduction, recruitment cost, post-battle loot. Remember these stats. They've been made by the guy who never really played the game. And they're everywhere. The armor of Skaldor, unlike the weapon, this one is pretty good. 12 armor, 6 defense, 10 ward save, lowers the harassment chance on Thorgrim, and Thorgrim will recover faster if, Valaya forbid, he gets wounded. This is a pretty good armor, not the most amazing one, but it's still pretty good. Get some ward save, you get some defense. It's literally armor. It has armor stats on it. And on top of that has 2 campaign effects, which the 4th one is nice. Not so nice if you're rank 50. And the 5th one is like, what the hell, I'll take it. With Iron Wield, it's -2. Not does much for the player, but you have to also understand what these items do. These items will make the AI Legend Lords scary. These items will make Legend AI Lords automatically more powerful because they acquire them automatically. And these items will make strong base lords like Thorgrim huge pain in the ass to the player. So I see, you know, this is a good thing because it increases difficulty, and you are going to definitely not gonna be laughing when you're facing Thorgrim Grudgebearer or Volkmar the Grim in battle on the opposing side. -1 recovery time, -2 recovery time will make Thorgrim come 2 turns faster, and it's a very big buff for the AI. If Thorgrim doesn't defeat Vlad, it's amazing. If he defeats Vlad, and you don't take down dwarves and their mortal enemies. Have fun. The Dragon Crown of Karaz, this is a talisman. Has public order +3 for all provinces, which, you know, it used to be something, but these days, since they reworked the control and public order system, it's not as good as it used to be. Melee attack +3, melee defense +3, physical resistance +10. Well, it's fitting stats for talisman. It's on the above average side. A chance to intercept is useful stat, campaign stat. Recruit rank +1 for Longbirds units, Lord's Army. That one is off. I don't know what it's supposed to do. It should probably be +1 for all units, or +2 for the Longbeards faction wide. And it gives Thorgrim immune psychology. Keep in mind, this is a extremely high quality Lord, as a base leadership of 85. I've seen Thorgrim get to levels of leadership that would pass over 120, 130 leadership. That is beyond unbreakable, and he has immune psychology on one of his unique items. The Great Book of Grudges. This is an enchanted item. Enchanted item slot usually is the worst slot. Usually reserved for a healing item, especially for fighters. This one gives 3 attack, 3 defense, 5% upkeep reduction, 5 untainted, and the Great Book of Grudges buff. 10 attack buff on enchanted item. It's incredible. 10 attack buff on enchanted item will go amazing with his flavor for the hammers. So this is why I said Thorgrim with 1 or 2 regiments of hammers goes around. Hammers getting additional 10 attack. It's massive. Absolutely huge. Get the brass cleaver and get another attack buff. These hammers will be hitting most of the time. So this item is pretty damn good for Thorgrim because it supports his flavor. So since they changed these things a little bit, made the Great Book of Grudges even better. At times, because we were not going with the flavor, it was, you know, being off, we would tend to recycle the Great Book of Grudges, because there's an item you can create that makes Thorgrim immortal. But Thorgrim base stats are already beyond ridiculous that you don't need such an item, so we're basically just memeing at that point. So you get this item on Thorgrim, and you get hammers next to him for flavor, or giant slayers for whatever. And that's how Thorgrim should fight, with 2 elite regiments next to him. I think that's a very good way to play flavorfully with him. And Great Book of Grudges makes those units extremely deadly. This could go to 18 attack buff with experience, 27 with basic battle skill 35, 40. Hammerers next to Thorgrim would receive up to 46 melee attack, fully buffed. And this is not taking into account the rune, which makes units like Hammerers, Great Weapons, or the Slayers better than ever, because they got a 24 attack buff as well. So Hammerers get to the point where they are finally a formidable force in this army, and there is no reason, I repeat, no reason not to use a couple of regiments of Hammerers at this point with Thorgrim, and go with full flavor with Thorgrim, a couple of Hammerers to delete, you know, the strongest part of the enemy lines. I think it's a unique way to play the Dwarfs, and I think it fits for Thorgrim, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun playing Thorgrim like that. Other than this, he has an ability called High King. High King basically gives a type of frenzy that is not frenzy to the whole army if Thorgrim drops below half health. So if you go with this play as well, which you can, so don't heal Thorgrim, those Hammerers can get over 50 attack buff without using rune magic. All the time. That is beyond ridiculous. A unit like that has 90% hit chance all the time. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun playing like that. And you might try to get the High King to work, unless they reworked it, but it's not a very good skill. It's amazing for the AI. It's huge pain in the ass for the AI, but for the player, it's a gimmick, and you might want to use it, or you might want to ignore it. That's 46, 8, 54, and you fight one of these factions, plus 59 attack to the hammers. 59 on 35 base. Yeah, that's ridiculous. For some reason, this thing still exists, which gives Thorgrim 9 leadership. Obdurate should do something else for the Dwarfs. It doesn't fit Dwarfs at all. While Dwarfs are Obdurate, this doesn't do anything, because they have ridiculous leadership. So Obdurate should do something else. I don't know what, but you know, without saying the boring stuff like physical resistance or ward save or more health, I think Obdurate should just give more health. I think that will be the most fitting. Obdurate for every lord should just do more health. Just give it more health. 9 more leadership as a 1 point. That's pretty good start for the AI, but for the player, that's useless. And I'm pretty sure even a regular dwarf lord has this. No, oh yeah, plus 9. 75. So I think this should be health, or if they want to keep leadership, leadership and health. Leadership alone is not good enough. Other than that, Lord of the Deeps, 10 leadership during subterranean siege battles, 10 leadership during subterranean intercept battles. Amazing skill for the AI, dog shit for the player. The AI is just pain in the ass when they fight to the death, while the player doesn't need this. So another irrelevant skill for the player. Obstinacy, pretty amazing for 1 point. The whole army will tire 50% slower. The way it's worded, it almost sounds like a penalty, but basically vigor is an invisible number that you don't see. I wish you could see it. Somewhere here, you mouse over it, and it tells you how much unit has it. These numbers have thresholds, and as this threshold change, units receive penalties. And this helps with this. It's might not seem nothing at first, but it will give you an advantage over the enemy, especially on a reactive army that makes the enemy come to you. So dwarves will have a better vigor than those enemies most of the time. Breast launch, trash should be just removed from the game. Leadership auto size percent 25%. That's goes on the encourage. Plus 4 leadership for everybody inside the blue circle. Thorgrim's blue circle is massive, good for the AI, useless for the player. And this makes the circle even bigger. If they want to keep stuff like this in the game, they should expand it to be more useful for the player and the AI, not just for the AI, or a dump skill so you can cry when you can feather this lord. Rune of Grimnir, every lord has missile resistance on the top. Some of them, you know, they forget, but it seems to be like very consistent on all the lords. We've been going through everything, and you can see everybody has had this 10 missile resistance. Some have slightly different things here, like 15 or physical resistance instead. Thorgrim unique skills are Ancient Bloodline, Local Public Order, Growth, and Untainted. Even if it doesn't seem very useful, I think it's fitting, especially when they added event. Drink to victory, and when you can stack these things, when there's multiple sources, multiple abilities like this, I not only think it feels fitting, but it feels good having all these buffs. If there's only just a one source, small amount, wouldn't feel as good. And remember, dwarves do have problems with growth, and if the growth is higher, public order is higher, they do get more growth, and it's opposite the other way. Dwarves will get crippled the most if they have a low control or public order. So having Drink to Victory, Gorok, and having a more source abilities like this, either from traits, skills, technologies, events, it does adds up and does look good, and it feels suitable for dwarves. His skills here are regarding heroes: capacity for taints, recruit rank for taints, and then cheaper upkeep for the longbows and hammers. Nothing special, but increasing capacity for the heroes for the dwarves is nice. Otherwise, you're gonna have to keep expanding. All dwarf heroes are good. Runesmith amazing in the army, useful on the campaign map. Taints amazing on the campaign map, flavor in the army. All the master engineers are invaluable in the dwarf armies for movement range buff alone. So these are pretty good buffs here. They go a little bit all over the place, but the fact you increase the capacity for the heroes and you get some other bonuses, I think it's nice. It's fitting. Nothing really crazy about the skills. This is as basic as it gets. This is Warhammer 1 stuff. I would not be surprised if they increase values or change stuff here. Remember Karl Franz, he's in the same boat regarding this. But stuff like this, dwarves are all the high quality, you know. It's Thorgrim and not bad skills, not amazing. They could do some more stuff. If they ever buff Dwarf Lords are a little bit vanilla. You can see there is nothing. Should have a couple of skills here. This skill should probably be inherited also by Thorgrim, and this should be then fine for Thorgrim, I think. Same like Karl Franz and General of the Empire. Same like Orc Warboss and Grimgor, for example. It's clearly their skills missing for all these older lords. A lord should not look like this. When a lord look like this, you're not gonna use it over a rune lord to lead your army. Might use it for an emergency or defending a garrison, because it has pretty good stats for fighting on the base. Rune lords are awesome. Lords are too basic. Same with the Empire, Archlectors, and Generals. So there's something should be done to up the flavor. Regarding his other skills, he has basically a grudge buff, so the whole army will get leadership buff and attack buff against a variety of factions. This one is against Chaos, this one is against Greenskins and Skaven, this one is against humans, this one against the undead, and this one is against the elves. And since Thorgrim is going to be using a little bit more melee on the side nowadays with his flavor, this is a little bit better than before, because a 5 attack buff is huge. These units have some of the worst melee attack. Rune magic does help, and when the units get more attack, they will get experience faster, they get veterans faster, and they will also be then more effective on the battlefield. These skills do help. Kinda give Thorgrim a nice advantage as both the AI and the player. Usually the ones you take is the Greenskins and the Skaven, and the other ones, you know, really depends. Thorgrim will have more skills, so you'll be able to take more of them. But Thorgrim, I definitely see more on the melee sides in the future, and he'll probably gonna use like 2 or 3 of these. Primarily for the melee attack buff. Dwarf skill tree for the fighting is a little bit weird. They get a charge bonus here. Dwarves are one of the worst chargers in the game. They don't have enough speed, they don't have enough acceleration. While they can enter charging animation, they don't really are the charge unit. And when you have charge buff for single entities, then it just doesn't work. How can 15 charge translate to 12 attack? This works all the time. This works, you know, for a few seconds. So you have stuff like charge, which is off. I think Singlander should have charged in the first place, and I think Legend Lord like Thorgrim should have a charge here as well. And then there is weird shit like this. Weapon strength plus 15% when fighting against Greenskins. They reworked this stuff, but they forgot these shit skills exist. Because let me show you the rework stuff. 20% weapon strength against everybody. Well, this is 15% only against Greenskins. Answers a grudge. If they want to keep this point, they should keep it at the top for a single point, and this should be something else. So in the first area, you just go defense and health. Get the Force Seeker. These two get completely ignored because they're trash. And the second area is pretty damn good. The second area is so good, it's overkill. You didn't ever had enough points. But in Warhammer 3, I usually have probably more than enough points for the second area. This is what makes Thorgrim kind of scary combatant. It definitely needs speed, and this is a little bit overkill. This is amazing, and this is amazing. Defense is the worst start for him, because he has plenty of defense, he needs more damage. If you go for defense, you're never going to use this, so you want damage, and the damage consistently. So if you're considering High King, don't get the Blade Shield. You know, the High King will don't do anything. So even in this area, but then again, what you pick, this or this, you'll build up damage with only just harder hit. So look at the Thorgrim, 62, 12, and 12. It's 24 defense on the base. That is ridiculous. Before getting campaign skills, I'm getting really thirsty. I used too much salt when I was swimming today. So I'm gonna get a drink, boys, and I'll see when I get back. Be right back. We're back, boys. Doing this jibber-jabbers about this stuff here was a real bad idea, man. I've been craving this stuff so much. It's like, how the hell did we ever survive 7 months without more Lamparts? I have no idea. So, Dwarf battle skills. Axe Lord, 8 attack, 8 defense for miners, Dwarf Warriors, and Longbeards. So they separated Dwarf infantry in two categories. One is miners to Longbeards, another one is Ironbreakers, Hammerers, and the Slayers and the Giant Slayers. I'm not a fan of this. I would like to see that they're both, on the same one, but they made the skills different, at least. So this is a skill if you think you're gonna be struggling in battles. 8 defense makes the dwarf armor crazy value in melee encounters, while attack makes the melee infantry actually do more damage and get experience faster. So it is a nice skill if you're gonna think you're gonna be struggling in battles. Very noob friendly thing. Or if you just like to see overbuffed Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards who get obsolete later. I don't like the ideas of Longbeards becoming obsolete, but that's how they did things. I'd like to see the Longbeards being on the Grimgor heirs, but that's just what I feel. I don't think it's nothing wrong with Longbeards being here, because of the building. Tactician, 20% ammunition and 12 missile strength for Quarterers, Thunderers, and Rangers. So the basic missile infantry gets more ammo, more damage. It's one of the best battle skills, since Dwarves do favor range. And then we got two weird ones, Tradition and Innovation. Ammunition and range for the Bolt Throwers, Gyrocopters, and Gyrobombers. Well, if they want to have 6 battle skill system, we definitely don't want a crap like this. I think this one should have a 3rd buff, which grants additional bombs to the Gyrocopters and Gyrobombers, and more entities or double shot for the Bolt Throwers. Otherwise, just merge these two into one skill and be done with it. Fire and Fury, I'm not a fan of this one being separate neither. A missile strength and little time for the Iron Rakes and the Flame Cannons. I think this one could easily also be on the... This 3 could be 1 skill pretty much. But, you know, they're trying sometimes really hard to create 6 skills, and then they get 2 skills that are weird like this. Iron Drakes receiving 12% more missile strength and real time 10% more, and the flame cannons. This doesn't really do much for these units. While the Trollhammer Torpedo is a noticeable buff on this unit, how often they use a Trollhammer Torpedo? The only unit that's gonna really benefit from this one is a Trollhammer Torpedo, while the Iron Drakes and the Flame Cannons don't really need these buffs, while they still find it useful. The thing is, the Dwarfs don't have many skills, so... And you wanna have your units buffed, so you have more than enough skill points to take even all of them. Even all of them. I'm a fan of the Iron Drakes, and I love Flame Cannons. And I've been meaning to use more Trollhammer Torpedo in the future, because, you know, people have been asking me off stream to use more Iron Drakes in general, less artillery. I think there's nothing wrong with that. And we'll be using more Iron Drakes in the future, especially the Trollhammer Torpedoes, now that they're tier 4. Trollhammer Torpedo, the only reason why I didn't use them much in the past is because they were tier 5. But now that Trollhammer Torpedo is tier 4, is definitely a better option to use. You don't have to have extra artillery when you can, you know, put extra Iron Drakes instead. There's always room in the army for 1 Trollhammer Torpedo. Really deadly, but they're close range. Grim Airs is the skill that buffs the quality, 8 attack and 12 weapon strength for the Slayers, Giant Slayers, Hammers and Iron Breakers. All these units get more damage and more attack. Damage and attack, I find these the best buffs. These are like the second best attack and defense. Slayers getting more damage and attack, it's ridiculous. Hammers getting more, it's pretty crazy. While for the Iron Breakers, it turned them into a 9 killable unit, into a unit that are also going to be able to grind down anything. Because the Iron Breakers do lack damage, and they do lack attack, and there's a perfect skill to give them what they actually need. While the other ones, the Hammers just become exceptional, and the Slayers become absurd with this. And the last one is a Thunderer, buff for the Grudge Thrower, Cannon, and the Organ Gun is the artillery skill. So you can see very similar to the Empire layout. I feel like this 3 and this one could all be 1 skill, but you know, sometimes they really want to have 5 or 6 skills. I'm like to consider that the battle skills could be down to 4, 5, and not forcing 6 just for the sake of it, so that every faction has the 6 here. Not every faction fits 6 skills. Like this 2 could easily be 1 skill, for example. The battle skills are very similar to the Empire. So you get the off one, which grants armor, defense, magic resistance to units that will not see rank 7. So useless. Same like the Empire one. This one, you know, doesn't even need to exist. And then you have the amazing ones, identical to the Empire. Well, nearly identical, 1 change. Dawi firepower, missile resistance, missile strength, reload time for Orlers, Thunderers, Rangers, Iron Drakes, Gyrocopters, and Gyro Bomber units. Pretty damn good. Honored by Grimner, look at this one. 15 physical resistance, another 12% weapon strength, and another 5 attack. This one is beyond ridiculous for Slayers. It's just total overkill, making the Slayers one of the strongest infantry in the game. Hammers exceptional again, and the Iron Breakers get tougher, and they actually get what they need: attack and damage. They have everything else. They're never gonna move fast, but once the fighting starts, they're not gonna die, and they're gonna slowly grind down the enemy. All the Slayers have been buffed so ridiculously over the time that it's... Well, it went from a meme unit that had its uses to the point where they released Giant Slayers, where we were memeing at first. But then they got buffed, then they got buffed again, then they got buffed again, and then the skills get changed. And now the Giant Slayers are one of the most terrifying infantry in the game, on the player side or the AI side. And that is the Ungrim favored. Real-time reduction, missile strength, ammunition for the artillery. This is perfection. This is the skills are nearly identical to the Empire. All factions get the rework in Warhammer 2 when it comes to battle skills. Factions having battle skills like this makes me like them even more, cause you know I like pretty effective things and things that make sense. Even if they have some weird stuff skills and some stuff that make no sense. You know, sometimes I feel like devs are so focused of making a format 1-6-1-4-1 that you know, it doesn't fit every faction to have 6 here. And this forced 4 here is also off with some factions. At least it should make more sense, not the first skill one usually being the worst for most factions. And this 6 could easily be a 4 or 5. 5, you know, down there 50 ranks. There's no reason to force that 6 like they did before. Look what they did with Warhammer 3. Demons of Chaos literally missing so many units compared to all other factions. And let me start Warhammer 3 so you can see it visually. 1 second. So, you know, I really think there could be an improvement here. And I'm not trying to, you know, to make things better, you know, streamlined, more convenient, or having more skill points. For me, sometimes I don't care if I have to spend extra skill points. I like things to make sense. I think everybody should appreciate, like, love things that make sense. And some of these things make no sense. They're off just because they're forcing a format that doesn't fit every faction. In Warhammer 3 they've done it differently. You know why? They did it differently because some factions don't have enough units. And can we see this with Kairos? Let's see. Yeah, Longbeards should be part of the other battle skill on basic and veteran battle skills, because the reason why they're gonna get used, because you don't want to waste skills on the Longbeards, because the Longbeards can easily go into the later game, but not having good skills or technologies makes them automatically just a worse option than just switching to Iron Breakers. I think Longbeards should be more appreciated and have a better place in a Dwarf army than what they are now, just upgraded Dwarf warriors. There's a good combination with Trollhammer Torpedo and slows and movement penalties that make Trollhammer Torpedo just delete some units. So what can we see here? Let's see. So you can see here, Demons of Chaos, they lack units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And why 5 and not 6? Because they don't have enough units. But they still got 4 here. So I don't know if they're stuck with the template or if they're being stubborn, but it doesn't mean that every faction should have 6 here. Sometimes they separated the unit in a different battle skill just for the sake of having additional battle skill. But overall, other than the Longbeards feeling off, and this one being weird because not very good units to buff like this, I think the battle skills are pretty good. Campaign skills of the Dwarfs, some of the worst campaign skills of the game. Road Marcher, You can intercept here. This actually can be useful depending what campaign you play. While everything else seems off. Like, what the hell is this? Construction cost minus 9% for province capital settlement buildings in the local region. So you put 3 points there, and you can build this 9% cheaper. Only if you're in Karaz-a-Karak. Dwarfs, who are one of the best siege attackers in the game, have a wall breaker. What? This skill only should be removed, but it should be reworked. And the pure beard doesn't even make sense really to have like this. Well, there is some use for this. This is useful. Wall breaker, I don't know. I don't know what this should be. This just doesn't work. Maybe give the dwarf army some kind of resistance when doing sieges, because dwarves are supposed to be excellent at sieging. Because like this right now, it's useless. Pure beard will be -3 corruption, and it has questionable uses. I think skills like this should be stronger and have a second effect. This could be combined with the control campaign skill. And Mason. Mason should be all buildings local province, if they want to keep Mason in the game. All buildings local province. Iron Will, outdated Warhammer 1 stuff. Inquiring Mind is a really poor final campaign skill. While it has somewhat a use, you're rarely gonna go for Inquiring Mind on these lords. Lightning Strike will have 3 points here. Shooting Presence 15. Less casualties are from attrition. Affection has Underway. There's the replenishment here. So this is pretty much... this one is double. And... so there's pretty much one reason to go campaign skills for dwarves. This replenishment here, because this is the only way that the dwarves get good replenishment. Unless they change anything, this is probably not going to change. This should probably have additional effects. And if you think you need more replenishment, or you think your replenishment is not good enough, well, Inspiration Leader is the way to go. Especially if you're gonna play a long campaign where you're gonna be occupying bad climates. Because faction, one thing is having better replenishment. The moment when you enter unpleasant climate and uninhabitable climate, it's going to be impossible. So you wanna get this technology, this skill for a long campaign. And then, since you all invest 3 points here, you might as well take Lightning Strike and Inquiring Mind. I still remember a dwarf campaign where you went Inquiring Mind first and all lords the house rule. Oh man, yeah. You know why this was a thing, Strakland, to cripple the dwarf lords, because the campaign skills are crap. I remember that. Because we were never really using campaign skills on dwarves, and we had to force ourselves with the rule, right? So skills aside, you know, it is what it is. Campaign skills could require to get work, and there's definitely missing skills on some lords. I think Dwarf Lord is the primary example. Dwarf Lord, same as the Orc War Boss, same as the General of the Empire, should get a couple of unique skills. When it comes to Dwarf technology, it's massive. It's massive and has way too many buffs. The initial ones should do something for the sake of it. You know, I don't like to see a technology that doesn't do anything. This could be a couple of replenishment or growth. And this could be as well, a couple of replenishment or growth, and this should be the opening. Not free technology that doesn't do anything. I don't like that. I want to see this do something, and you need to research it. There's a little bit of everything here, some great stuff, some irrelevant stuff, but what this technology is missing, it's missing a technology that makes Longbeards a little bit more relevant. Some Longbeard specific buffs for their performance. I want to see Longbeards be a little bit better. and a buff to Gyro Bombers. I want to see Gyro Bombers get a technology that grants them additional bombs. So, Longbeards getting a technology that does something. Maybe put them on militia training. This could be an easiest fix. Gyro Bombers should get additional bombs, maybe here. Make the Gyro Bomber get additional bombs. Gyro Bomber can be fun for bombing, but once you run out of bombs, it's a boring unit with a shit weapon. So technology to give Gyro Bombers more bombs. Can the City Spaghetti Code even do that? Yes, they did buff the Gyro Bombers with more bombs. There is no reason not to get technology to grant Gyro Bombers even more bombs. As the Gyro Bomber should get more bombs with technology. And the final thing that I want to see, a buff. It could be here, which buffs bolt throwers. It could be a technology which gives bolt throwers multiple projectiles, an option to switch between anti-large and anti-infantry projectile, or more entities. Something, anything, just make the bolt throwers great for the first time. Bolt throwers don't feel like a dwarf unit, they feel like shit, and there should be a technology that corrects that. So they don't touch their precious esports balance. Other than that, dwarves are pretty amazing, but even as amazing as factions get, you know, it's not for everybody. Some factions people find it boring, and there's always things that can be improved, changed. Sometimes change is good just to, you know, get that fresh injection of freshness for replay value. But even if they do anything, I think the dwarves are still in a pretty good shape. That was the Karaz-a-Karak. Karaz-a-Karak also has a second lord right now. It's gonna be changed. What do we have here? Ooh. So you're telling me they gave Thorgrim powerful commandments? So Thorgrim has basically geomantic web without pylons. Nice. Good job. Good job with the Lizardmen being forgotten completely and overbuffed at this point. The Lizardmen used to be the most powerful commandments. Now this faction gets more powerful commandments. While the Lizardmen commandments are still more powerful, they do require tier 5 cities upgraded. Geomantic joke. This faction looks very good. It might not be what you look for in Dwarf playstyle, but I think a faction that has a Legend Lord fighting differently is the way to go. And they did good with Hammer Flare for this faction. I'm looking forward to play this faction where they use Hammers with High King to be the enemy. Are the bolt throwers versatile in the game? Yeah, they're definitely there. Grombrindal is still part of Karaz-a-Karak in Warhammer 2, but in Warhammer 3, Grombrindal will start in Nagaroth next to Malekith. And I am very, very excited to see this. This looks amazing. And what makes me even happier, that Grombrindal is no longer part of this Karaz-a-Karak. Grombrindal is amazing and I love him, but he has no place in Karaz-a-Karak, making the High King look bad. Grombrindal is supposed to be the most powerful Davi warrior alive. So he has a different setup. He is basically like created as a fighter that has incredible stats, close to Grimgor. Not as tanky as the Thorgrim, but deadlier. Evasion chance when using the underway plus 60% all character. Basically, what the game is saying here, unless the enemy has intercept bonus, you cannot intercept Grombrindal. So Karaz-a-Karak under Grombrindal, or whatever this faction is called in Warhammer 3, unless there is the intercept buff on the enemy army, he cannot be intercepted, which means you can safely use underweight to escape if you need to escape. But keep in mind, even with massive buffs, the enemy can also have massive buffs as well. Some factions do, and it basically lowers your chance. So Grombrindal might have now over 100% chance to evade, but if the enemy has 20-34% chance to intercept, it goes under 100%. All armies gets 20% weapon strength when fighting against elves. That one is an odd one, because the best thing to kill elves is artillery. But this is crazy and absolutely redonkulous for the slayers. The elves like to use monsters, dragons, and the giant slayers with all their buffs, their ridiculous base stats, get additional 20% damage. What the fuck? If you want to see them on the most ridiculous anti-large units in the game, delete these things, well, that's the buff. So it's really incredible for the characters like the Grombrindal and the giant slayers. Why the Grombrindal makes the High King look bad? Because he has faction-wide campaign skills. Otherwise, Dwarfs have some of the worst campaign skills, but Grombrindal has the best in the game. And he has an event, if you start with him, event that provides additional faction-wide effects. Might as well be faction effects galore. So this made High King never really a pick, because Grombrindal was always better. Now that the Grombrindal leads his own faction, and most likely is going to retain this, it's going to be different. I like Grombrindal being a leader of his own faction and another continent, and High King leading his own faction. It's going to be great. Okay, I love both characters, but I don't think any faction should have multiple Legend Lords. His Lord effect is a little bit lacking. It's kind of boring. Has a massive reinforcement range and 10 leadership for the whole army. We are Dwarfs, and we get 10 more leadership. This basically means the AI Grombrindal have literally fight to the death every time. But Grombrindal is only unbreakable, so he's gonna fight to the death anyways. So this doesn't really do anything for the player. Reinforcement range is situationally useful, but overall bad load effects. 10 leadership for the AI is stupid, frustrating, because Grombrindal will fight to the death himself. All that makes him super annoying. And his army with a very high leadership will fight nearly to the death. Dwarves only fight nearly to the death. With more leadership, they're going to be fighting, if their longbeards are higher, to the death. What makes Grombrindal also different, he has amazing starting units. Iron Drakes and the Brimstone Gun, so you get a anti-large flying unit, and you get an anti-infantry ground unit, and you get even an explosive unit here. Other than this, he does have a different skill tree, not just being Grombrindal, but also different campaign skills. His Ancestor event can make Grombrindal one of the strongest fighters in the world. His army, higher stats, so very strong battle skill. Campaign effect, which not many people use, I think, and economy effect, which is usually the best option. Economy effect causes snowball, and snowball is always the best option, unless you know trying something else.
Hail to you.
I am the White Dwarf.
So this will start next turn. Let me just see something here. Just enter. Master Engineer, huh? God damn, that's ridiculous. That is beyond ridiculous. Look at that Master Engineer turn 1. What the fuck, man? There's somebody who played 20 Dwarf campaigns before this was a thing. These guys do attack. I want to see the base stats on the other rank when his event starts.
I'm here.
Why did the event disappear? But disappeared on the top. Let's roleplay the AI Dwarfs.
It is time.
We have to add a few turns, okay? Oh, it appeared. So this is the event. This one is kind of nuts. The whole army gets this buff. This is just ridiculous stuff. This is for the faction. This is the usually the best option because of the research and up production. This one is a little bit weird, but still, you know, look like something. This one probably should have another effect. Be considered with other stuff. And there is the greedy fun one, which you know, rarely anybody picks, I think.
I'm here now.
Look at his stats on turn 3. 650 weapon strength. He doesn't even have a weapon. And if he gets to fight Wood Elves, he gets another 100. Puts him to 750 weapon strength. He doesn't need Sword of Cain to whoop the elves up. No weapon, no skills, no traits, no runes. Fucking monster. And Grimgor exists, guys, right? But you rarely pick this option because it's not as effective. He's already crazy as it is. So, as a ridiculous stats, not as tanky as the High Dwarf. I still consider High Dwarf overall better, but this guy is a killing machine. And when it comes to the fighting, he has the highest potential of the Dwarf Lords. He's just not the tankiest one. Well, he's still pretty tanky. It does have Unbreakable as well, so if the AI picks that, oh boy. The whole army can... I mean, it's actually... This was changed, it's not faction-wide, it's actually around him. But there are still a massive radius, 55 meters. Tyrion still whooping 101. If Tyrion and Grombrindal fight like this, with Grombrindal's buff, Grombrindal will beat his ass. Because he has like over 50% more health than Tyrion. And hits way harder. While Tyrion has very impressive stats, these base stats are absurd. On the base, Grombrindal is stronger, but overall Tyrion probably has greater potential. In Warhammer 2, it's not even really comparable because of the magic resistance, right? So, what's special about Grombrindal? He also has 4 items. Amazing armor. Really amazing. It's basically a stronger version of the best armor in the game, Armor of Destiny. Only the unique items can really compare to Armor of Destiny, and this one is actually better than Armor of Destiny. His weapon sucks. Absolute dog shit. Just destroy it when you get it, if you ever get it. The usual shit, you know, copy paste a bunch of stuff, call it a day. So this guy currently has 80 attack and 650 weapon strength, no weapon. And look at what his weapon does. Irrelevant, irrelevant, irrelevant. And boring, 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 boring. His weapon even has only 26-second duration. If it was like 40 seconds, sure. Okay, this is really trash compared to even some uncommon items. Like Ogre Blade is better than this for Grombrindal. Cloak of Alaya, I guess 25 magic resistance now is gonna be far worse. So I hope this item, magic resistance, turns into ward save in Warhammer 3. Like I said, a lot of the magic resistance and items, unique items and veteran battle skill should just be divided by 2 and called ward save in Warhammer 3. If they just translate everything into spell resistance, it's gonna suck. Because magic resistance is basically half ward save in Warhammer 2. And that's how this shit has been designed. If they just translate everything into spell resistance, it's not gonna be a good choice. They should just divide it by 2 and make it ward save instead. And I'm just not saying on everything. This should be spell resistance. A Cloak of Alaya should be like 12% ward save. Blazed by Grungi should be 8% ward save. Just a couple of examples. Rune Helm of Zubar. It's an enchanted item, 10 armor, 10 physical resistance, intercept, and a dogshit ability. He gives himself and allies in range 12 leadership. Guys, what do you see here? He has a 110 leadership and he's unbreakable, and the whole army gets 10 leadership. And the greatest minds in the industry gave 12 leadership on a enchanted item buff. Why would Grombrindal's army have additional leadership buffs? This 10 leadership already is absurd. And then they get 12 here. This one is not even good for the AI. This one is trash for the AI, trash for the player. Well, as an enchanted item is not bad. It's usable. His weapon is trash, and Cloak of Alaya is gonna get much worse in Warhammer 3. But his armor is amazing, and this is usable. The usual stuff on the top, there's auto forging. It's kind of trash nowadays, so unusable anymore. So you literally just have obstinacy here, and if you have filler like missile resistance. So, it looks like they added him unique skills, you know. And I actually don't even remember checking this. Maybe I did. I did. Mountain Strider, 50% moon range and Strider. Holy shit. What the opener! What the opener! I don't even think I've seen this before. You don't have to use healing item on every lord. What if Grombrindal gets Isabella, for example, or other source of regeneration? Doesn't mean you have to have healing on every lord, or for every battle. You can instantly replace stuff now these days. Like, what the hell? 15 movement range? And starts with an engineer? Please tell me he starts with an engineer in Warhammer 3. Oh my god. They removed Isabella's trade, you can get anymore? Thank god. It was boring. Mighty Beard of Defense, 10 AP, 10 defense when defending. That is ridiculous, man. You pick that other option to buff the army, and then you bait the enemy into underway. You underway into 3-4 enemy armies, and you just watch them all die because they can match the White Dwarf army in defense.
How can I help?
Is there a way to translate armor into effect damage resistance, wards, and physical resistance? Well, don't look at it like this. Don't look at it like this. Just think about something like it that reduces damage. It's very effective against the regular units that have average AP, and that's about it. That's the simplest way to look at it. So this is a stat that reduces damage against regular units. And by regular, I mean Dwarf Warriors or the Longbeards. If you're gonna think of it like a percentage, you're gonna ruin it. So the more armor you have, the more resilient the character is or unit is against regular damage. And what is regular damage? Miners are not regular damage. Dwarf warriors, they are regular damage. Longbeards, regular damage. Hammerers, not regular damage. So let's say you send him to fight Longbeards or a Thane. Is gonna be very effective with his high armor. But if you send him to fight Hammerers or anything that has high armor piercing, his armor is kind of gonna be wasted in a form of protection. Then you need physical resistance, ward save, and meld defense as king. So you have to take this into consideration, because you can send a Thane to fight Orc Boys, and you can send a Thane to fight Biggins, but if you set Thane in the Black Orcs, he's gonna get killed. So this high armor, you know, don't overestimate these things. So just the higher this number is, the more effective is at mitigating damage against regular damage. And regular damage is as long as the unit doesn't have most of its damage armor piercing. Mythical longevity. Vigor reduction, loss reduction minus 50%, wound recovery time minus 3. Huh. This with obstinacy and force seeker. I guess it had some use until you travel too far. But this should have been perfect vigor instead. It's near perfect vigor. With force seeker and obstinacy. Armor piercing ignores armor. Just goes direct to your HP. Rouse the engineers. Missile strength plus 20% for iron drakes and war machine units. War machine units? What are war machine units? This is only going to be the gyrocopters. War machine units. It's just the gyrocopters. There's only gyrocopters and that's it.
You know who I am.
Damn! 20 missile strength and 30% more ammo for the gyrocopters. That makes the brimstone guns ridiculous. That's another 20% ammo here. That's another 20% ammo here. And that's another 20% ammo here. One of the downsides of brimstone guns, you know, they do have enough ammo to deal with even with a big unit. They're eventually gonna run out of ammo, not gonna be as useful in the air. Makes the brimstone guns way better to specialize into. I think these Iron Drakes should also work on Thorgrim Torpedo as well. This is a quite a unique skill. And with this one, you want to use like what, 4 to 6 gyrocopters. %20 more damage on the brimstone gun. Huh. Well, that's cool. They definitely made this thing different. This is a pretty cool skill. That's a lot of ammo for the war machines. I wonder if it works on the explosives. Probably doesn't, right? I think the dwarves are missing a tier 5 unit, which is probably going to be here and here. Some massive flying unit and some kind of mechanical monstrosity.
I am the White Dwarf.
Grombrindal has no fear, cooldown lowered by 50%, so it goes to 60 seconds and 4 uses. So he gets a really good stand your ground. Like really, he has like basically better stand your ground. Better duration, better range, and unbreakable. And it can be used with stand your ground. Damn, they did the Grombrindal pretty cool skills. A little bit of everything. Flavor and the strength. Pretty cool stuff, pretty cool stuff. Age of Vengeance. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? I think I've seen this before. Armor piercing weapon damage plus 6 for the whole army and 35 speed for the whole army. What the fuck? It only requires 2 points. Price in Azak. What the fuck is this shit? And they did buff this one to be 10% and not 5.
Grombrindal.
Karak has the fastest dwarf army in my ass. What the hell? I'm really this guy has a little bit of everything. Amazing defense, some air buffs, and option for variety. Holy shit, man. You know why they added this skill, guys, right? It's because if a skill like this didn't exist, it would suck to fight the elves. Especially in a way where you would get a benefit from 20% weapon strength. So adding Age of Vengeance plus that technology makes Grombrindal literally at the speed of wood elves, almost. Faster than high elves, faster than the dark elves. Like, they think they're gonna be safe. Meanwhile, there's a Slayer coming at you at 65 speed. You fire at will! Man, the Slayers are gonna be terrifying with that buff. How much is 35? That's 14, 18. Giant Slayer will move at 58 speed. What's the speed on the War Dancers? Is anybody in Warhammer 3 right now? Tell me the speed of the word answers. They gave Grombrindal this skill so he can outrun the elves and match the elves. And if you use a runesmith, you get another speed buff. So you get about 65 speed. Every dwarf will be a slayer speed in the army, while the slayers will be faster than elves. That's quite something. Quite something. And Grombrindal looks pretty damn good, and now he's gonna be building his own faction. But there's not it, boys. Look at this. Engineer as speed for miscellaneous. So you can get 50% speed buff for gyrocopters. Meaning this unit will go like over 160 speed with all the buffs. Engineer gets a unique trait, Engineer Cipher. Why is this guy special? What's the story here? Tom's schematics are written in cipher to protect the designs. He surely is a must be a cipher. He starts with a double barrel as well. This is cool stuff. Tom Phillipson. So, Grombrindal, what does he have? He has unique campaign skills, unlike the other dwarf lords. Income from trade 20%. All new recruits faction-wide get 3 ranks. Cheap recruitment faction-wide. All characters get more movement range. Faction-wide replenishment buff. Global recruitment buff, and then the lightning strike. This adds up, because everybody gets this. So you can open with this one and immediately recruit rank 3+ units. So Grombrindal looks like gonna be quite nice here. Is here and Nagaroth on the other side of the world. So we got dwarves here, here, and here. The least unique dwarves will be High King and Ungrim Ironfist. Well, they have the locations of their own, and Ungrim now has the east. Still open, right? While the added ones are gonna be the most unique. I'm looking forward to see Grombrindal's faction for sure. For sure. Why is the night light on? You guys notice the color change? Or is it just me? Microsoft decides, streamer, you need melatonin to go to sleep. Turn on the night light. He has the different grudges. Well, there's gonna be a thing as well, huh? And this one for the hammer unit. Oh my god. Another 13. Holy shit. This hammer unit gets 70 attack buff. Like, what the fuck? Shoot them or just get murdered. Okay. Clan Angrund, one of the first DLCs. King and Pepega. This one is a special. Good looking lord. Basically a legendary dwarf lord. Closer to tankiness in to Thorgrim, but not as high damage as the don't have a high damage. Upkeep plus 50% until Karak 8 picks is recaptured. Leadership plus 7 when laying siege. Ungrim Ancestor starts with 4 powerful ghostly ancestor heroes, which is quite cool. A unique building chain available at Karak 8 picks. He's a siege attacker. He gets an ability. All armies faction gets one deployment during underway battles. And his army gets more leadership when fighting against Greenskins and Skaven. Weird ass starting units, I have to say. Weird ass starting units. Hopefully they change this in Warhammer 3. This guy starting units make no sense. This should be something else. The true king of 8 peaks. Do you know who he is?
Clan Angrund is adrift, my lord.
Well, the hammers did get buffed, but they're not worth 450 at this guy started the game. So he starts with 4 ethereal guys here. So you get a ethereal runesmith, which has that unique trait, doesn't take capacity, or basically gives you capacity. So you get a Banshee runesmith. Starting with 4 heroes at the start of the game, that's powerful. You get the Banshee Thane that looks like a lord, but it has still a Thane. You get a Banshee Thane. And you get a Banshee Master Engineer. I really don't like that they have skill points here. Why are these skill points automatically assigned? For fuck's sake. What the fuck? They need to fix this and unassign these guys skill points. I mean, they changed the runesmiths and look at this. This guy now has skill points to assign. I know these guys can assign their own stuff. Anyways, this faction has the Karak 8 picks thing. So there's a penalty until you capture the Karak 8 picks, which is now gonna be a separate province in Immortal Empires. It does seem to start on either change capital here or a worse location. It might be a reason enough for him to start traveling immediately to 8 peaks, or they just move the city. But this faction has the best bonus for capturing Karak 8 peaks, and you should go for it. Starting Karak 8 peaks in Immortal Empires, now he starts in Gamangumbad. So Belegar has very impressive stats. He's a tank, very tanky. the missile resistance, because, you know, Silver Shield 120 armor is not enough. Mighty Oathstone, he has a buff for melee defense, expert charge defense, and Revenge Incarnate gets a massive buff to attack and damage for himself. That one was added a little bit later on. What are you guys doing here? What is that link? Oh god.
Oh, they got him! Don't clip that, please, guys. This is. Oh my god, they got my engineer. No!
And that campaign went down.
Oh, they got him!
It
Don't
sucks.
clip that, please, guys. This is. Oh my
Wolf Riders
god,
killed
they
the
got
ghost.
My engineer. No! No! Oh!
Oh man. Auto resolve. And yeah. So the most special thing about this guy is really tanky, and he's a siege attacker. Shield of Defiance, get a pretty good armor, 15% ward save and some extra stats on top. Overkill. Defense and armor. Hammer of Angrund. This one is pretty cool. 8 attack, 10% weapon strength. And it grants an ability that adds additional 10 attack and 80% damage. So this is a weapon that grants 18 attack and 28% damage to Belegar. Apparently the Hammer of Angrund is more powerful than Galmaraz or Slayer of Kings or Axe of Dargor or the Axe of Grimnir. Not a DLC power creep at all. This one is pretty crazy. It's unloaded, it's not really a high damage dealer, so that buff is not a really big one. Would have been you know, better on so many other lords, but you know, it's still a pretty damn good weapon. Oh, look at this Orcbane, because you know, Dwarfs suck and they need help against Greenskins. Weapon strength plus 15% when fighting against Greenskins, the whole army, and 9 attack when fighting against Greenskins for whole army. That's a big one. Usual shit on the top. Unique skill, Rally the Holds. Diplomatic relation plus 4 with Dwarfs. Global recruitment duration plus 1 for all units. Belegar should definitely have a really good relation with all the Dwarfs, so this is very nice. If this remains like this in Warhammer 3, it's gonna be easy diplomacy to the Dwarfs. Gather the old trunks. All recruit rank plus 2 for all units. Local recruitment capacity plus 2 local province. Also reclamation. Leadership plus 8 in foreign territory. Charge bonus plus 12 Lord's army. Outgo from buildings plus 50% local province. So this one is a little bit weird, but still buffs. Still buffs. I don't know, it looks like 3 effects that don't really do a shit. Charge bonus questionable really there. Tunnel Warfare. Triples the ammo for the miners and gives a big buff to rangers and the bolt throwers. It looks like the game wants you to get a full army of rangers. Amazing for auto resolve, and in battles is gonna be bullying. Answers of Defiance. The whole army gets 10 phys resist, 2 capacity for Tain, secure Tain anywhere. Damn. A little bit of everything, and it can go both ways. 10 fizz resist for the whole army, huh? And then we have this, and it's 25 resist for these units. Age of Reconquest, the army gets more movement range. All regions build the core building faster. And Shattering Order during siege battles. Enemies lose 12 leadership as they start losing leadership. They put that one with a fear, and it's really something. So if you get Terrifying Mask of E, this one is okay, but as a last skill, I mean, you get other effects on it. Belegar has Wall Masters of Wall Breakers, slightly different here. And it cannot be really ambushed. This one is on steroids. He has the best intercept in the game and best ambush defense chance in the game. Oh, they definitely did something different with all of them, huh? But this 4 ghosts is something else. Let's say you get anything with this. Master of Spite. Ooh. He gets another one. 5 battles against Crooked Moon. Sure, 10 skills again. I'm not really to show it. It's usual 10 with the extra skills here. Really good for the Rangers. This one probably can go with the Thorgrim for the Hammers. Well, this one feels a little bit crappy, but it still can be used. I'm not a fan of taints in the army, but unless you go for a flavor, like the Rangers or the Hammers, looks okay. Gotta have a really additional capacity for the taints to justify putting taints in the army. Belegar will be interesting because of the Karak Peaks. Hopefully they did something more about the Karak Peaks. I think the Dwarfs version of Karak Peaks is pretty good. The Greenskins one sucks, so the Skaven one is whatever. Those factions that focus Karak Peaks should have very good benefits of Karak Peaks, so like all of them like Belegar. Are we talking about Dwarfs the last 2.5 hours? How is this even possible?
I must fulfill my Slayer oath.
Ungrim Ironfist with the best hairstyle in the universe. Suitable climate frozen, 75% cheaper cost for the Slayer buildings. Recruitment cost benefit for the Slayer units. Get some cities at tier 4 and you have cheaper construction. You can actually build them, dismantle them, build them, dismantle them, build them, dismantle them, and profit by mooching funds out of the government. Speed plus 10% for infantry units, so the whole faction gets more speed. His army has cheaper Slayers, Slayers with more attack, and Slayers with unique ability, so it's flavor and pretty good starting units as well. It's not artillery or gyrocopters or iron drakes, but this faction has a couple of gimmicks which I like it. I find the Lord cool as well. The Slayer buildings are very expensive, so you have a tier 4 slot with no extra options. You can build and dismantle to profit. In a long campaign, you can add up quite a lot of gold, I think, because you can get 10% reduction from technology and another 10% from the commandment. You make those buildings 95%. You get a lord for every 5 turns, so like an architect you build for free, then you dismantle for a 6% profit. which should be over 5,000 gold every... It's literally a tier 2 gold mine. A tier 2 additional gold mine on that slot, if you wanna bother with it.
Mighty Ungrim slay.
What? So this says construction cost minus 75% for Slayer buildings, but it's 90% off.
I grow restless.
Ah, Grungi, okay. So this building is 9,000. This building is 6,000. 4 turns, 9, 5 turns, 9 turns. So this one is worth building. 6,000, 60%, 3,600 free. So yeah, you get over 800 income per turn by dismantling this one all the time.
Oh my god.
And you can do it in every tier 3 settlement.
What the hell?
If you create a setup. So this faction has a nice cheese. I like it.
Onward.
So Ungrim, with his impressive fighter stats, not as impressive as Grombrindal, Thorgrim Wisp, but he has a anti-large specialty and has a ability for a big damage, and he gets even more damage and lower health. It can be quite a pain in the ass to kill, and he's unbreakable. Slayer Crown. Can't really complain about this one. It has 10% wards and 10 defense, even if it has everything else. There's a lot of stuff for armor here. One of the armors that have the most stats of any item, really. Just a lot of stuff. The fact that there's 10 defense there with 10% ward save makes it a great item. Dragon Cloak of Fierskar. 10% ward save, 5 defense. That alone, good item. Good item. And the Axe of Dargo, dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Just destroy it, recycle it, then get a better weapon. What the fuck is this shit? Look at that, look at the text. Axe of Dargo, Axe of Grimnir, Galmaraz, Slayer of Kings. Fix this shit! Enough of this lazy copy pasta. What the fuck? This is the same copy pasta shit made by somebody who really hates this game and his job. Lazy ass shit. There's literally green weapons and blue weapons that are superior to this. Pretty straightforward on top. This is unique, his Slayer thing. He's a Slayer King after all. So he starts with a dead blow, which means once it drops to 20% or lower, he does 80% more damage. And it can be upgraded to 25% below 50%, which is usually the way to go, a realistic one. Or you get a huge pen EDS one, 50% more damage and 30% physical resist on a very low health. So if shit hits the fan and Ungrim drops to very low health, he hits like a truck and he doesn't want to die. This one is realistic, but if you want the shit hit the fan, get this one. Ultimately, if you get the regeneration, this guy, everything both are crap. So you should reconsider getting regeneration this guy. Because shit will rarely hit the fan if this guy is regenerating. So this one does something. Well, this one here and this one here are kind of stupid. Only good for the AI. Following that, Great Green Nemesis. Weapon strength plus 30% when fighting against Greenskins for the whole army. And you got Slayers. 30% strength when fighting against Vampire Counts, Lord's army. That's really terrifying undead. With all that magic and zombies and shit and stuff. Like, you definitely need this one here, otherwise you won't be able to beat them. Ruinous Rival. This one is against the Chaos, 50%, whole army. And these are good buffs, because this guy will be using Slayers. His journey ends with the Slayers, so basically the Slayers will not be dying as long as they're on high health. So it mitigates quite a bit of damage on the Slayers. And the Giant Slayers have kind of crazy stats. They've been turned into an elite unit, not just a quality unit like the Slayers. This is an elite unit, and it's also cheap in this army. No matter what enemy has, if you have enough Giant Slayers, you can beat anything. And if all of them die, and Ungrim gets low health, well, you gotta find fight with Ungrim then. Last one is Doomseekers. Buffs the replenishment for Ungrim the Slayers. That's a massive replenishment buff. Ungrim will come back faster, and all Slayers get charge in the army. Charges for the Slayers is actually one of the few Dwarf units that can actually benefit from charge. 30% charge bonus on Giant Slayers is 30 charge. And since the Grudge book got reworked, you can actually get Giant Slayers from this pool as well. So it makes Karak better than ever. Other stuff on the side here is Slayer. He gets 12 attack. Then is the Slayer King, another 5 attack for the Slayers. So he has 2 buffs for the Slayers, and then the Slayers have crazy buffs, as we've shown already. Plus technologies. Dragon Slayer grants anti-large to Slayer units in his army, and another anti-large buff to him. And this unit already has some of the highest anti-large of any unit in the game, 30. And Demon Slayer grants Ungrim additional 15 attack against Warriors of Chaos and Norska. This one is overkill. You just pretty much get this one and puts his attack to 77 without anything else. That is more than fine. Well, this one should probably be reworked in something else. This one is kind of crap. This one might benefit the AI if you have like a really strong demon army or chaos army, but for the player this one doesn't do much, because you have also Blade Master down here. This should be something else. He has already way too many attack buffs. That's it. Pretty straightforward. It was a frill seep, so they didn't put a lot of work in it. All these skills could be better. He could have actually true unique skills and keep his Slayer stuff, but you know, his Slayer stuff is still fine. So we get a Slayer flavor faction. The faction effect is kind of boring, but is a gimmick that's abusable, and this kind of saves the faction effect a bit. Abusable gimmick, and other than that is a kind of shitty faction effect. It's all about Ungrim and his Slayer King buff, and it's all about Ungrim. This guy is amazing to Confederate, but as a faction not so amazing. Still a fine flavor, I think. And who do we have next? We have
Master Rune Lord of
Thorek Ironbrow. One of the most busted lords in the game, cause he can get an army that can defeat any army and take 0 casualties. Without even fighting. So this is one of the Warhammer 2 lords. He was added towards the end. Suitable climate jungle. He starts in Southlands. Don't get intimidated, dwarves. Usually when they fortify, you know, let them come. It looks like it's still going to be Karak-Zorn, which is a good city. Landmark a little bit questionable, and they do have Underway. But this looks like more like either Vortex type Southlands. Thorek Ironbrow is a legendary Rune Lord. So his team around the that. Old gold cost for carving runes minus 30%, old gold from building plus 50%, high rank for the runesmiths, and cheaper upkeep for the runesmith heroes. His army gets more AP damage, his army gets more armor, and his army gets better reload time reduction. So they gave this guy one of the strongest battle skill buffs on just his lore effect. And this creates a massive imbalance on the auto resolve. Because, for example, you can use all 3 buffs for quarrelers and create super quarrelers. He is towards traditional side of things, so he wants to use quarrels and grudge throwers. And these are his core units. These units get not only ore buffed, super buffed, but mega buffed, where he can auto-resolve anything without taking any damage. The fact he doesn't even have to fight battles, just auto-wins, is, you know, a little bit strange. We'll see how it's going to be in Warhammer 3.
Has come to venture from.
So, different starting location of dwarves. This is where the dwarves come from. The landmark is kind of crap, and it's a tier 1 where you don't have room. This it should act as the barracks. The barracks should be within the landmark, and the city should start with it. That's the only way to fix it. There's gold and there's other stuff you need. It's a regular city, so it has sucky growth. So one of the worst landmarks in the game. QQ. The only way to fix it would be to put barracks into the landmark. And that would be a good landmark then. Usually dwarves have good landmarks. So other than this, this faction has additional mechanic, Artifact Vault. So they got an extra thing in the Forge, which they can collect special items on the map, various locations, and they have access to special units, special buffs, special runes. One of these being Morgrim's Gears of War. Another massive buff for the Quarrelers, Grudge Throwers. And this is one of the reasons why his Quarrelers and Grudge Throwers are completely busted. So you have this. You have this. You have this. The base unit is only one of the best, and then you have the usual stuff. And once you put into the army an engineer, it is one of the best auto-resolve armies in the game. Auto-win, 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 0 casualties most of the time. One might even say it's broken. One might even say, but I'm not gonna go that far. So this is a legendary lord, rune lord. So he has the dwarf rune lord stuff, and his unique ability is to lower the recharge on his ability, so I can use it more. He has a weird weapon that grants him frenzy, sundering attacks, and thunderbolt. A weaker weapon, I would say. That had cool effects, but it's not good enough, and it's not cool enough, if you ask me. Even boring passive bonus is probably better than this. Thorek Rune Armor is also off. This guy starts with 130 armor, and then he gets another 15 armor, and another 15 armor, and gets fire resistance and magic resistance. Like, what? So he's quite poor items. He does get Anvil of Doom, which is very good. It grants physical resistance, and then he gets additional buffs here. So not just a regular Rune Lord, but it's some other buffs on top. He does have a way to lower the cooldowns on his runes quite a bit, so he gets to use them more. His unique skills, Fire Temper, he causes fear and lowers the cooldown on Rune of Wrath and Ruin. This is the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Exacting Standards. Hero action sections for the runesmiths, and Master Rune Storm Redbeard for runesmiths in his army. So all the runesmiths get attack and leadership buff, and lowers the share cooldown on rune magic for the whole army. The second one is kind of poopy, but you don't need to have attack all of them, while it can still be usable for the second and third effect. Third one, Rune Talismans, Master Rune of Spite for Thorek, which is basically Mortis Engine, grants him ward save, and he gets also extra missile resistance for himself and else in range. This one is kinda crazy. So you get a Dwarf Mortis Engine without even equipping a single rune. I don't think you actually have to equip any of these. These are possibilities, right? Proven Tools, anti-large projectiles for Grudge Thrower. Basically, a Grudge Thrower has a little bit homing. Quarrels get 30% more AP damage, which is significant considering their base. And Bolt Thrower, Kekwi. The last skill grants the whole army Frenzy and Charge bonus. So here's a weapon that gives Frenzy, and then the whole army gets Frenzy. So this weapon was poorly designed. And how is this relevant? Well, hard to say. Giant Slayers could benefit from this, but there's so many buffs for Quarrelers that you can just a boring Quarreler army for auto-resolve and not benefit from any of this other stuff, like having a Mortis Engine or having Frenzy for the whole army. So I definitely have options how to play this guy. Either stack all the crazy firepower he gets, or create something you know, more flavorful or balanced. On this is a Rune Lord, and they did change the rune magic, and it's pretty good. But most importantly, is a different start location. I would like to see of most of everything for this guy. This guy is crazy, but I would like to see this landmark being relevant. So barracks put inside this landmark. Otherwise, you're never gonna build this. It's crap. You have no room. Doesn't provide any recruitment. You have a generic city that needs things like economy, growth, walls. Walls might be ignored, but what do you get from here? This is 5,000 and it doesn't provide anything. At the start of the game, it's useless, so it should provide the barracks bonuses. I can definitely see this guy being fun in even Immortal Empires, considering he starts on a different location and being a different lord. Is busted, so who knows what they do about him. But I don't use the word broken lightly, but this guy is broken. Yeah, we'll go to the Greenskins, but after a short break, boys. See when I get back. Get back, boys. So what do we have here? Greenskins. Man, in Warhammer 1, I really tried hard to like Greenskins, but man, the shit was so depressing. For the longest time, I was like replaying it and replaying it and replaying it, and Warhammer 2 came and still shit. And then they got a rework and all was fine. Of course, when it comes to these reworks, you know, they miss some things, lack of polish, bugs, they stay in the game. It's not perfect, but the rework did turn the Greenskins into, in my opinion, strongest melee faction in the game. Hey, home run. I really like about the Greenskins, their main characters. There's always something going on, and it makes me fun to play them. Makes it fun, and the whole team makes it different to play compared to other factions. Like, this is one of the most proactive factions there is. Go on and fighting, and you get more armies even if you can afford it, and you keep more fighting, and then you realize that you're ahead everybody, in light years ahead of everybody. And the same for the armies, you just have an overwhelming rush on the enemy. Not a reactive playstyle like the Dwarfs, but it's the opposite. For the longest time, they sucked really bad, but the rework did them justice. They got a better rework than the Empire, but they still left some bugs and issues in the game, which hopefully get polished over time. So race attributes: Va, call upon additional orc and goblins to fill against enemy forces. Doesn't say that much here. I consider the Va mobs pretty poor. They're decent for the AI, but for the player, not designed real well. The Underway, Greens can use underground tunnel to avoid impossible turning in force and extends the unit roster or regressing with the fast carry monster. Is it me or they forgot to update this? This feels like Warhammer 1. I'm in Warhammer 1, I'm in Warhammer 2, right? This looks like outdated Warhammer 1 stuff. Grimgor. Love me some Grimgor action. Get this beastie orc that just destroys. He's not the most incredible lord in the game, but is I find him a lot of fun, and he hits hard. I really like lords like Grimgor, Karaz-a-Karak. You know, it's like they're not made like gods, but they can push it. So what does Grimgor have? Well, the best thing about Grimgor is his starting location. Black Crag, the best greenskin city in the game. But now in Warhammer 3, this is changing, and no longer he starts in Dead Pass. He's been moved to Pet to the east, if I'm not mistaken. This is actually a little bit different than in Realm of Chaos, but this is that a weird province that had Kislev settlement, Ogre settlements, bordered the mountains and the Chaos Wastes. He's next Kolek Sun Eater. Okay. So it's very mysterious what's gonna be with Dead Pass. Dead Pass, that city is actually really valuable to the both Greenskins and the Dwarfs. So Grimgor's start has changed drastically. He no longer has the best thing what he had, and that was Black Crag. By far the best thing about Grimgor's Boys, his starting city. Faction effects: unlock hero recruitment, Black Orc, Big Boss, all provinces. It's a very nice fighter hero. Can be recruited anywhere. The Grimgor VAM mobs have a chance to contain Black Orcs. I'm not sure what this is, cause this every time that I see this text, it's off. It's like you get barely any of this stuff. 10% more campaign wound range for all characters. That's always good. And there is upkeep minus 20% for Black Orcs and Biggins for the whole faction. So it has cheaper elite and quality infantry. Grimgor's army gets massive buff with the Black Orcs. The Black Orcs only have 72 leadership, so they go to 84, which makes his Black Orcs literally higher leadership than Dwarfs. The Black Orcs get 10 armor, because, you know, leadership and armor is the best they come with. So units that are all heavily armored and have some of the highest orc leadership, they get more armor, more leadership. Income from post-battle loot plus 30%. Orcs get lots of their money from post-battle loot, sacking. One might even say they get the most, because they get high base and stackable stuff. And this is why this faction doesn't need to have a positive income to keep going. Grimgor also has some changes to his abilities, so they added, for some reason, started here, you're next, and regular wise replaced by Grimgor's Wa. So this is like, I don't know how this is relevant here, but you know, there's always a million things they can add here, but they started adding extra stuff towards the end. It starts with a unit of Orc Boar Boys, which I find to be an underwhelming unit. Black Orcs, which is one of the best units the Greenskins have. And Doom Diver Catapults, which is also one of the best units the Greenskin have. Arguably the best AI unit the Greenskin have. Look at the Black Orcs. Hide Forest and Psychology. And they get double buffs over some of the strongest units in the game. These guys only have one button here. Yeah. It's like the first DLC, the worst DLC. Okay, where is Grimgor?
Ready for murdering.
I like the Greenskins playstyle, and I find the faction full of flavor and cool stuff. And I like to play them from time to time, especially since the rework. Rework Greenskins had their Va reworked, so the Va on the campaign is different. The Va that was used to accompany armies is different, and the Va buff in the battles got vastly improved.
Black.
Grimgor is literally the main reason why I like this faction, because I find Grimgor a lot of fun. It's kind of like a weaker White Dwarf, but Grimgor fits the Greenskins more. The White Dwarf capabilities fit the Dwarfs, at least regarding his melee expert status with high damage. So he starts with the Immortals. Oh, look at this, another leadership buff, and possibly the Immortals. Entities cannot die while ability is active. All this leadership stacking can make the Immortals literally immortal. Literally immortal. There is probably a way to actually make them impossible to die with enough leadership buffs. There is a scaling system with the leadership, and if they get enough leadership buffs, I think in theory this unit could survive with no HP while still having leadership. I'm not sure if anybody done that, but I was thinking about doing it because I've seen things with leadership. I've seen units that had under 10 HP and still had over 40 leadership. And this was without all the buffs the Immortals can get. So you get a very strong fighter. Hits hard. Honestly, nothing special. Regular wizard is more impressive, but I have a soft spot for you know, fighters, especially if they're not godlike, and I like to, you know, see how far they get and have fun with them in battles. So nothing special here. Standard missile resistance. Grimgor is infantry size, but he's large, which means he's vulnerable to projectiles, and he does need missile resistance. Your next is the ability that was mentioned, is a big debuff for Lord Hero, so he gets advantage in dueling. And I would say pretty impressive stats. You know, it's no longer the most impressive stats when it comes to fighting, but On he's kind of like one of them. I don't know, 7 or 8 out of 10 fighters. You know, it's never gonna be a 9 or a 10, but he can strive close to get to a 9, never a 10. So got Gitsnik here, which is, you know, usual copy past the trash. It's a big ability, but I don't like to mint abilities. Very familiar stats. Lots of text, lots of shit. Hopefully gets reworked. I hate when design items like this, half a weapon, half a campaign item, and you know, ability that you use just because it's Gitsnik. His armor is pretty good though. 15% ward save. Everything else really, you know, just extra. His Bloodforge armors, I'm not sure if they patched it, but the explosion didn't have any radius. So maybe they need to fix that, or have they fixed already. Especially on this guy, he has very high attack and can have very high damage, and his whole army flavor is about damage. So if you're facing Grimgor, he has a quality army and uses his Va, and you haven't beaten him up to that point, it's going to be mega damage. This is one of the highest damage buffs overall for any army. And once the units engage and this Va gets turned on in battle, every single unit in the army gets this. 24 attack and 50% damage. Which makes units like Black Orcs just shred. Like, makes the chosen great weapons look like peasants. Another damage buff. So, Hatred, this is his thing. Tunnel Boss, copy pass from Dwarfs. Belegar, copy pass from Dwarfs. Dodge Greaser, 10% missile resistance. This is some kind of trash here. This one is good for the AI, while, you know, I think this stuff should be removed from the game. His unique skills, best of the best. Hero capacity +2 for Black Orc bosses, and already get X capacity for Bobs. Bobs are a good hero, so more capacity is great. And grants him an ability. When a Lord or hero is in his range of 30 meters, Grimgor will get tougher and hard to hit. And this alone all the gear grants him some toughness. Black Orc Wrecking Ball, here we go. Black Orcs get more charge and more armor-piercing weapon damage. They already have pretty good weapon strength and charge bonus. What the game didn't say on the Greenskin stuff, didn't really mention the Va in detail, and didn't really mention the scrap upgrades. So the units can use this scrap resource where they can get various buffs. Like these units can get specialized against infantry or against large, which makes them super versatile. This is overkill. Well, this is pretty good. So Black Orcs get even stronger in his army. This is on top of the damage they could already get from his Va. Second ability is a little bit weird. Anti-large and leadership buff for Orc Biggins and Savage Orc Biggins. This is a Black Orc, but buffs Biggins in his army. That makes no sense to me. I'm not even sure what they were trying to do here. Imposing Presence, Fear and Terror. I'm not a fan of these abilities, but they still existed, so this is like old stuff. Vitamin Shrooms, 50% hit points. And the last ability grants him Speed and Frenzy. So pretty basic, but gets an effective buff for the army. And he gets to be much stronger. Honestly, it's nothing special, just makes Grimgor way better. As a faction buffs, there's like so many other better stuff in the game. I don't know what they think about this one, guys. What do you guys think about this one? Terror alone on skill, I don't think that's good enough anymore after all these years. But this is like off. This is so off. He has a Black Orc specialty and then has a buff for the Biggins. Unfortunately, he's one of the old rework guys. Not sure who patched this, but to pick this skill here, you need to pick all for this, and it makes me sad. No skills here should require all skills. There's no options here, you have to pick all 4, and 2 of them are on the weaker side. I can, you know, swallow terror, but this is trash. So this one makes no sense. This could be for the whole faction. What do you guys think about that? If they just want to keep it simple, give anti-large and leadership for Biggins and Savage Orc Biggins for the whole faction. I think this should work on the whole faction, and unlock this one, you know, should require 2 skills. This one is barely good enough for a Legion Lord ability, and this one is also barely good enough. This one should add a little bit more, and this should be a little bit more. All this is fine. This is great. I think this one is great, but it requires 4 skills, so it's not so great. And this one is great. Should give a Biggins faction-wide buff. So at least buff Biggins for the rest of the faction. And garrisons. This guy has 3 damage buffs. 20%, 15%, 10%, and he can get a proper weapon, not this shit. And on top of the VA buff, mega damage. Best thing about this faction is the Black Rug. The Black Rug, why? Cause it's the best Greenskin city. It's a couple of the Greenskins. And it has the best Greenskin landmark, big fort. So I'm not sure how this faction will feel like without this. What does Gizzen give for stats? A lot of shit, small stats, English cake, and then a big damage buff that is not a very long duration. The usual lazy koi pasta. So, no Black Rock for Grimgor. It's totally gonna change this area here. This is a great city. And now he's gone. Not sure what thing about this. Drink some water. Well, we'll see. Except to see what they've done about Grimgor. It's pretty basic without Black Rug. Black Rug makes him special. No Black Rug, I don't know. Looks bad. So, Grimgor tough, high damage, and that's pretty much it. Very straightforward. Feels like a vanilla lord, like Karl Franz. Orc war bosses, one of the worst things about this faction. Also the worst lord as well. There's nothing, all just basic stuff. If they get extra stuff, hopefully Grimgor gets it as well. So, Greenskin battle skills. Greenskin rework came with the Goblin Lord, and most of that update, until people started complaining, myself included, publicly, were for goblins. And it created super overtuned goblins. If something was so overtuned and overpowered at some point in this game, that would be the goblins. And the goblins are still really effective. Never really been improved regarding night goblins, but at least there is an option to go goblins or orcs. Orcs do work, while the goblins are better. When you hit the area of Biggins and the black orcs, the orcs are automatically better, unless there is additional flavor or financial pressure to use goblins. With Grom, goblins all the way, for example, but for other lords, it's gonna be hard to top the black orcs. The thing is, the night goblins didn't really get much of a rework like the goblins did, and their gimmicky abilities with poison got nerfed. Poison got nerfed itself. They're really squishy. They have bad scrap upgrades, and half the technology that buffs goblins does not buff night goblins. What's even worse, the basic building unlocks goblins and goblin archers. Meanwhile, to have access to night goblins, you need tier 3 and tier 4 for the fanatics, who are bugged half the time on the battlefield. So yeah, you get better goblins without building, and to get night goblins you need building tier 3 and tier 4. And the night goblins don't enjoy the same buffs the goblins do. So there is no really reason to use night goblins unless you, you know, force in some kind of flavor. Ever since they moved the orc shaman to tier 3 with capacity, stuff like fanatics with their spinning loons, they were always unreliable. Sometimes poggers are become irrelevant. The fact the shaman is now on tier 3 makes the night goblins even worse. Which makes the night goblin flavor of the greenskins look really bad, especially compared to the overpowered goblins, later fixed orcs, and their lords lost the poison the whole army as well, which also makes them also worse. Well, they have still a decent unit, which is the Night Goblin Sweet Hoppers, which is the only good cavalry the Greenskins have. It's not as depressing as this one's, because you have to build a building. In what reality are these tier 3 and tier 4 units? I don't know, but devs know. Apparently these are comparable to the Arachnarok Spider. There is not enough building slots, and the Greenskins have like 3 extra slots for the units they don't really care about or need until like tier 4. The best night goblins are goblins playing at night goblins. The best night goblins in the game are not even night goblins, they're just regular goblins called nasty skulkers, which makes me depressed just thinking about what's the purpose of night goblins in the game, other than, you know, forcing yourself for something different. The fact it's tier 3 and tier 4 makes you wanna just get drunk. That's all I'm gonna say about night goblins. The goblin skill is amazing, and this is a skill you're going to pick if you decide that your lord will specialize in goblins. You don't want to mix goblins and orcs in the army, as they require separate skills, it's inconvenient, separate technologies as well. So if you're decided your lord will go goblins, you pick the gobos, which is a cheaper and slightly more effective option. But long term it gets a little bit worse, especially in secondary lords. This is an excellent battle skill, and there's not much to say about this anymore. It's excellent battle skill, amazing. Riders is the cavalry tech, which it's not bad. We get speed and charge for all the cavalry. Primarily gonna be used for ski hoppers, because the boars, well, they can be used. They can be, you know, try-harded. You can get some value out of them. Unless they are savage, they're not good, if you ask me. I think their building just doesn't fit in the game, and there's no reason to build that building. And this battle skill is okay for savage orcs and ski hoppers, but it's not a top priority. The boys is basically the orc version of this skill. So you want to play with goblins, you got the gobos. You want to play with the orcs, you got the boys. Don't go both. You go with one. Technologies for the goblins and orcs are also separated. So unless you have everything, you know, there's no point in mixing them. No reason at all. You might think Goblin Archers are better because of scrap upgrade, but Orc Archer boys with his bell skill work just fine. They're on the base actually a better unit than the Goblin Archers. With the scrap upgrade, the Goblin Archers are better. While with the boys, the Orc Archer boys are fine. Are the snails? Don't you just love it when you confederate Wurzak or another Greenskin Lord and they have this skill skilled? This is a trash skill, one of the worst in the entire game. It has a buff for chariots and pop wagons, but only half a buff. It's missing the other half, which makes this unit automatically worse. And it has a trivial irrelevant buff for range on this unit variants. The range is so small, this unit is irrelevant, and the damage on this unit is so small, it's irrelevant. Heck, even if they double the value of this technology, I still consider it trash.
Oh my god.
If they tripled it, I would say average battle skill. So how come they need to triple something for it to become average? Well, there it is. Are the snails? Absolute garbage, trash. And the worst thing you can see when you confederate legendary lords from the Greenskins. Hey, Bress. The big lads, my favorite, attack and damage. Trolls, giants, rogue idol, and Archon spider, the big stuff. Amazing skill. This is the one you usually pair with either the goblins or with the orcs. So you have goblins and big stuff, orcs and big stuff. And this could be a standard goblin or orc army, works perfectly. The last skill is Death from Above, which is the artillery skill. It definitely has a place. Artillery for Greenskins is a little bit reactive. Although the Doom Divers can be used even in a proactive army, you can just keep them in the back. There's definitely a couple of units the Doom Divers will annihilate that your other units may struggle with, like air units, like a Luminarch, like a Steam Tank. So it's a good skill and buffs good units, and it's a thing to consider, or at least mix. Couple of Doom Divers can go a long way, the rest of the armies can go shock. And even if you're shocking the enemy, Doom Divers have a long range. Very accurate and they hit hard. The veteran battle skills, Greenskins are one of the rare ones where the first battle skill is actually pretty good. Physical resistance 15%, leadership +5, and weapon strength for all goblin, pop wagon, night goblin, and squeak herd units. Even with leadership on it, it's still pretty good for 15 physical resist and 12 weapon strength. This one's pretty damn good. If you play with goblins, you get this one. Ard lads, this one is quite special. Look at this. There's a ward save here. Remember all those skills that have 15 magic resist? Well, I hope they look like this in Warhammer 3. 8% ward save instead. And not 15 spell resist. So 8% ward save for all orcs, 12 armor for all orcs, and 5 defense for all orcs. Holy shit. Compare this to any of the Warhammer 3 battle skills. This is like godlike. Godlike. This is so beautiful. So beautiful. Biggest and strongest. Missile resistance, weapon strength, and melee defense for the big stuff. Still pretty good. All these things are needed on these units. Some more, some less. Missile resistance can be situational, but when you need it, you really need it. So another good one. And Savage Smart. If you like a reactive army, This is basically the same as the Dwarfs in the Empire, the strongest artillery buff. Goblin artillery and rock lobbers and the doom divers get more armor damage and reload times. What they forgot, the devs, they forgot the buff for missile infantry. There is no buff for Orc Arboys. There is no buff for Goblin Archers. There is no buff for other missile units and the Night Goblin versions. So there's only artillery buff there. For the range units to remain, you know, a thing, like Arboys especially. Arboys need more than Night Goblins. I think this skill should also buff Goblin Archers, Night Goblin Archers, their mounted variants, and Orc Arboys. So they forgot about the range buff for missile infantry and missile cavalry. This is very relevant for the chariots and cavalry, the range ones, if somebody, you know, likes to use that shit, and Arboys. Because what the hell is the point of using Arboys if they're gonna get tougher? We want Arboys to be have more range, more damage. You could also add just more range and more damage to the Arboys in this skill. So this is a archer unit, orcs shooting, and I got 140 range. Missile strength 14.6. No veteran skill for this. So you got a missile infantry and there is no missile buff on veterancy. Instead they get buffed like a melee unit. Might as well just disband all the Arboys and recruit, if you want to keep range, just recruit Doom Divers, which have incredible buffs and way better unit, and or just add more melee units. The missile infantry, other than a Gobo army, don't really fit the Greenskins, if you ask me. So you tend to switch infantry into artillery instead. But overall, it's pretty good. They just forgot about missile infantry. I think our boys should definitely have a veteran battle skill, or the goblins have a crazy buff on this crap upgrade. Doesn't even matter really. But it should be right, you know. Units should have basic battle skills and veteran battle skills for their roles. If it's a missile infantry, or melee infantry, you know, they should get better these skills. All units should get affected by these skills, and not some units forgotten or half-assed, like chariots, for example. 12 armor, and that's it. And let's investigate this chariot. What's the best property of this chariot? Armor. But they need more armor. Armor and charge. That's the best properties of Orc-board chariots. It doesn't matter. Shit HP, shit building. This is not a tier 4 unit. This is tier 3 at best. The building just makes it ignorable. I think these units will definitely be used more if they're here. Chariots, even without a battle skill, would be usable, but you know, it should be right. This unit should get probably melee attack on the buff there. So the Arda's Nail is missing attack buff for chariots and pump wagons. Attack buff for the chariots and the pump wagons. They are missing half a battle skill. For some reason they just only gave one. Overall, not bad battle skills, but they're missing things and some oversights. The chariots get the orc buffs. Yes, they do get this buff, but they only get a half a skill here. This is what the trolls get: 8 attack, 12 weapon strength. Trolls. They will destroy infantry and they will destroy large units. Why use chariot? And then I mentioned trolls are generate. So when you have a unit that has a bad building, poor overall stats, tier 4, and missing half a battle skill, and their counterparts are amazing, literally like, I'll give Orc-board chariot like 3 out of 10. Even the regular trolls are at least 6. So, and they get 2 buffs. And they get even better. So a tough chariot gets 12 armor, no offense, and then gets a lot of more toughness. And it's a chariot supposed to smack things. Chariots are really imbalanced units in a way where they are really strong against infantry. But the moment they start fighting a large unit, even a basic large unit, they struggle. Even the Orkbor boys would murder the Orkbor chariots, no problem. The units would delete them like they're nothing. But you get regular trolls or the stone trolls. Look at this, stone trolls tier 3. In what world, what reality is this tier 4 and this is tier 3? 16 combatants with 120 weapon strength. 4 with 40. And they get shit buffs. Suck against large, murders anything. The only issue with the trolls is the poor base leadership, but once that gets passed, this is a stupid effective unit. And then you have this unit on tier 4 with shit buffs, and then you have this unit on tier 3 that only has ridiculous stats compared to chariots, but also regenerates. This is kind of sealed that this is a tier 3 unit. This should be a tier 4 unit. They're that good, even after the nerf. Or this should be put 1 tier lower and fix the buffs. This is not a bad unit, but it's gonna suck against large. Well, trolls will never suck against large. Trolls have pretty low base melee attack, melee defense. Regular trolls 34-32, that's average. You understand this is Greenskins English cake. You know what the Greenskins get? They get multiple wars. They get experience fast, and there is no such thing as low attack on Greenskins. They dominate, they're the strongest melee faction in the game. And there's a battle skill, 8 attack, and 12 weapon strength on trolls, which have massive damage. These are perfect battle skills, doesn't get better than this. Trolls destroy. Destroy. Of the Minotars have the highest damage. One might say even the trolls have more damage than Minotars, because the Greenskins. Trolls, you have to understand, they have really high damage. Like really, really high damage. Multiple damage buffs. I think, if I'm not mistaken, stone trolls can receive 5 permanent damage buffs. Or is it 4 permanent and 1 WA buff? I think it's 4. Which will increase their damage. It's about initially like 60%. And another temporary event one for 10%, and then the WA damage buff. This unit can go easily over 200 weapon strength. Which even makes the Minotars, you know, run for the money. While the Minotars has more stackable damage, the Trolls have crazy damage. Cookie says 204 before WA. There you go. And Grimgor WA adds 60 damage. So, and this is what, 16 combatants, which most of them will be delivering attack animations. That is nuts. And then you wonder why the giant exists. Swamp Troll buff, River Troll buff is the Overwhelming Odor 6 melee attack penalty. So, regarding the campaign skills, this is the usual stuff here. There's evasion here. Don't like it really, unless you're like doing something special. Never need it. And my favorite garbage in the game: raiding, looting, and sacking all separated. These are boring ass Warhammer 1 stuff that never got patched. They should all three be stacked on one, and there should be something else here. The same old outdated stuff here, no draft master. At least they got renowned and feared. Here, there's a lightning strike, but it's gonna be 3 points now. This one is nothing special. There's an upkeep production and really green. So kind of poor campaign skill, especially in this area, but it leads towards renowned and feared. So if you want to get really truly massive numbers, you do have 2 upkeep productions. But same as Dwarf, pretty poor campaign skills. I would say Dwarves got replenishment, while Greenskins upkeep production and honor fear. Greenskins slightly better, but Dwarves more useful. Technology for Greenskins have been streamlined so much that the big thinking gets done pretty fast. But it's good technologies. Various technologies to buff goblins, which most of them don't really buff night goblins, which they should. And there's some really good stuff for the orcs that got added later. For example, heavy clubs, 8 attack for all orc infantry. Like these are like supreme tier technologies. Just 8 attack for all the infantry. When you combine them with a VA ability, they in fact get more attack and damage. The Greenskins really hit hard. And they get multiple damage buffs around, and they can even use magic for more. Well, not ideal, you know, to use magic to buff damage, better to destroy. Still an option. And all the tree is pretty decent. I feel like it's a little bit too thin. It could have a little bit more technology, but I feel it's too early. Maybe like another line of these sticks here would be fine. Some things don't get properly buffed, while some things get over buffed. Primarily goblins. Goblins get the best buffs, then the orcs. And the night goblins are left kinda in the dust. Generic goblin have very little buff archers? No, nobody has. I forgot about it. It's the same stuff. Goblin Great Shaman does have access to the Goblin Tide, which is excellent. And Goblin Great Shaman is the best Greenskin lord because of it, not just because of Spider. So if you go for a Goblin army, you get this guy. This is pretty incredible stuff. Goblin Great Shaman used to be the worst Greenskin Lord, and now he's the best one. He's the worst on tier 1 though, on rank 1. But as he builds up and gets the Spider and the Goblin Tide, he's the best leader for the Goblin Army. Wish I could say the same for the Orc War Boss and Orcs. So, this is Grimgor. You got the bar on the top. It's a very strong buff. You fill it up, you can call a VA, you can get the bonuses depending you call it. Probably gonna add more because there are more factions down the game. This is a very simple faction, and it's just made to be, you know, go around and brutalize stuff. Like I said, the Grimgor has been moved, and he will not have Black Crag, which looks really bad for Grimgor. But who knows, maybe they patch this faction in different ways. Black Crag was the best thing about Grimgor, so it's gonna be rough to see if nothing changed. There's Skarsnik. Oh god, deep breath salage. I spent 50 days of my life playing Crooked Moon. 50 days. I know a thing too about Night Goblins. 50 days of my life waking up playing this faction all day. 50 days. This used to be the hardest faction in the game. Now it's just the shittiest faction again. It's not really hard anymore. And why? As the Karak picks, but once you arrive there you get shit. Shit starting location. Lord is decent. As Archon Spider starts, it's fun. Night Goblins have been forgotten, and they had to make this guy a little bit different, and they made him differently worse. His original version was actually, as the Lord, stronger than his current version. There is some stuff you can do regarding poison these guys, but I just don't accept the most technologies buffing goblins and not night goblins. And then you need tier 3 and tier 4 buildings for these units, while the base goblins are tier 1. You can literally reach critical mass before you can even recruit any night goblins. What is special about this faction? So they got Karak picks, same as Clangrund, but they got the worst part of Karak picks, so they get shit there. It has agent stuff, hero action cost, 50% receives double experience, so have some of the cheapest hero actions and receive double experience. That's probably the best thing about this faction. 40% lower upkeep for the goblins and night goblins. Vas have a chance to contain Doom Divers, because you know Doom Divers and night goblins. Unique building chain available at Karak Peaks. Oh boy. Oh lordy lordy. Scarsing is amazing to configure when you play Grom, and that's about it. He has a lightning strike on the allowed ability as a charge bonus for Night Goblin Quick Hoppers, and his Y is replaced by Scarsing Wa. I already said what I'm all going to say about Night Goblins, so I'm not going to go there. I consider this one the shittiest faction in the game. Good targets for Confederate for Grom. Until Night Goblins are more and earlier, comparable and better than the regular goblins, I will never be playing this again. This faction did have a better start location, at least this time. It starts at Mount Gumbat, which might be one redeeming quality at least.
From your reduct. Remember.
So Skarsnik, very impressive stats for what he is, with 80 leadership. Look at that. For the longest time he made Grimgor look like trash with his stats. Skarsnik is not just Skarsnik, so it's a little bit misleading. It's Skarsnik and Goblo. He has a pet squeak that attacks as well. He can swallow an iron breaker while fighting. So pretty decent stats as a ability for to hide the army. Vanguard, Mr. This is a Night Goblin War Boss, this legendary version with some stuff. Starts with a special banner. It has some gimmicks which you know, can be fun, can be useful. But until Night Goblins exist, you know, I just don't really care. Skarsnik Proder, a little bit of everything. Used to be a nice, don't make the Greenskins have tedious rebellion spam, but nowadays it's actually a good thing. Ambusher, melee attack +4 for ambushers, Lord's Army, ambusher chance +15%. Because it will be totally game breaking giving Crooked Moon stalking stance. High Elves and the Skaven needed way more. It's not like these are the Night Goblins, the most cowardly creatures in the Warhammer universe after the peasants. And you know, it's not like they are hidden and supposed to be just surprising the enemy out of nowhere. So he doesn't really need to ambush at all. Regular ambush stance You lose too much initiative, and it's just RNG based. So they forgot about the ambushing stance, the stalking stance for this guy, which would make him much better if you ask me. SS Skulker gets 10% more damage here. It's a special poison. I think this one causes damage over time. Some people swear by it, but I don't find anything special, honestly, considering you can just, you know, play Grom. Nastier Squeaks, better night sneaking, tunnel boss. So it's buff for the Squeaks, but for the goblins, night goblins, this is what I get instead of the Goblin Tide. Charge bonus plus 20% for night goblins. This sounds like a lot. 10% charge bonus, that sounds like a lot. Let's investigate. This is night goblins, they get 12 charge. Plus 20% gives them 3 charge bonus. So they'll go from 12 to 15. On top of that, they are really squishy, and you could get the fungus flasks. So, really bad properties. Meanwhile, these guys can get 25 armor. And did I mention more technologies? Did I mention these guys don't need building to be recruited?
Who needs killing?
The usual stuff here at the end. His unique skills. Oh, okay, hold on. Wait, let me talk about the WoW first. So, this is Greenskins. The WoW meter in battlefields when they're in melee. Doesn't work with range. Meanwhile, his WoW buffs range damage. It buffs range damage, but if you add the range units in the army, you make your WoW points generation automatically worse. They forgot to make DACA equal WoW points. So another huge oversight. So they give him something different and something worse. So gets another ability, Spite of the Bad Moon, anti-large damage buff. He can activate it on himself or area. Better Fungi is a Hex ability, Rampage and Defense. Smart Hiding, Speed, Physical Resistance, Stalk. Under Bosses, Steal, plus 25% of the experience earned by other lords. Unlocks Hero Recruitment Goblin Big Boss all provinces. Unlocks Hero Recruitment Night Goblin Shaman all provinces. Cuff him up. Higher chance to get items, higher chance to steal items. And we get the Backstairs Tactics. And look at this. Another ambush thing. Armor piercing weapon damage plus 6 during ambushes Lord's army, leadership percent during ambushes Lord's army. So basically, let's say you want to ambush somebody, so you want to do send this guy and hide him, and hopefully in the next few turns somebody will come here and you can ambush them. Meanwhile, losing all momentum, initiative, and advantage of going first. Meanwhile, Skaven and Alitanar just right-click, have a chance to ambush. Too much for the Night Goblins, right? So, pointless skills, really. As a core lord base, pretty good. But flavor is a huge miss, if you ask me. And the Night Goblins. The Night Goblins are just so behind. There's a couple of different skills here on the stuff here. Yeah, it's not lightning strike, has more movement range. So the only redeeming quality here is flavor and Skarsnik's Death Juice, which is just a bunch of nonsense compared to the alternatives. Once you get to the Karakate Peaks, you get your reward. Shit. Pile of doo-doo left by the other Thorgrim faction. Let me get some water, getting thirsty. Better back. Be back, boys. Almost the midnight and I'm drinking coffee. Zombie Elage incoming. So where were we? Wurzak, the first free LC of this series Warhammer. So Savage Orc flavor without enough Savage Orc stuff. Uninhabitable climate frozen, suitable climate jungle and desert. Vag has a chance to gain Savage Orcs all armies. His faction cannot really be harassed because minus 50%, similar to Kairos. Massive charge bonus for Savage Orcs, which is quite noticeable. His army has more resilient Savage Orcs, cheaper Savage Orcs, and his Va is a special Va. I find Wurzak one of the most unique lords in the game, with one of the most half-assed factions in the game. And that's how it is with quite a bit of stuff, guys. Where is Wurzak gonna be starting? Wurzak is starting in Western Badlands. Look like same spot, okay.
The green gods have led you.
So, Western Badlands, one of the most uninteresting provinces in the world. Massive place, famous dwarf location, no resources, no landmarks. What happened? I don't know. So, what's special about this faction? Basically, there's some location on the map where it has access to Savage Orcs. The Savage Orcs are basically a different type of orcs that have no armor, but they have really good other properties, like physical resistance and frenzy damage charge. They are better than the regular orcs, other than the black orcs. For Wurzak, they're better even than the black orcs. So you have the regular Savage Orcs, you got the Arboys, then you got the Savage Orc Biggins, which is one of his best units, and Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins, which is also one of his best units. For some reason, they decided to keep this one on tier 3 instead of on tier 2 with these guys. I don't know why, but I don't question it. This faction is botched. So we get Savage Orc faction with no Savage Orc Lord, no Savage Orc heroes, lacking units, missing units. They just got added as a free faction because it has such a cool character, but it was half-assed. The character itself is an amazing character, absolutely amazing. This guy is super powerful and a lot of fun to play, but you get a shit faction. So he's a Savage Orc Shaman, Legendary Lord. Nothing impressive about his stats. Has 25 his resist, being a Savage Orc. Has Frenzy, Savage Orc's team. Has additional buff for physical resistance for him and allies around. Has ability which makes everybody around himself miscast. The miscast is not a really dangerous thing in the series. I think the miscast should be way more potent. Apparently this guy, you don't want to cast spells with this guy around in the lore. If you cast spells around this guy around, something bad can happen. I'm not sure exactly what, but my guess would be they turn into squigs that sets on this item here. So something really bad happens if you cast spells around these guys. I don't know if their heads explode or if they turn into squigs. Because she says here, Squiggly Beast. Once a shaman, now a beast transformed by Wurzak and retained as an example of the great Green Prophet's might. So, and this is ability supposed to represent that. While the miscast chance, you know, it's pretty high, but the miscast damage is trivial. Some characters actually take massive damage, but this is also situational. So nothing really special about this, but at least they had an ability to, you know, fit him, you know, what's supposed to be. He has access to the lore of Big Va, Big Va is one of the best things about the Greenskins. It's a very fun lore. Gaze of Mork and the Brain Burst are the starting spells, and he also has the ability Effigy of the Git. The target won't be able to move, and they'll be taking damage, direct damage. So, Orc Shaman, lots of fun. The lore is fun. And lore alone makes this guy amazing as a starting lord. But his flavor, unique flavor pretty much, everybody else is gonna be just generic stuff. For the Savage Orcs is incredible. Just like makes a really powerful army. It's a lot of fun to use. It's gonna be one of the best proactive armies where you basically just send all in on the enemy. Click, couple of spells, couple of booms, couple of buffs, and the enemy is gonna be surrounded and hit by trains on every side. Some of the hardest hitting charge in the game. And when it's executed all right, all timed well, it's beautiful. Beautiful and deadly. His item, Baleful Mask, it's an enchanted item, 8 defense, cheaper army, and additional minus 20% chance to harass. So basically, it's an enchanted item, no big deal, but what the hell? 20 and 70 and rank 50? It's like this guy is impossible to target with a hero action. Squiggly Beast, that's his Arcane item, gives you another Shaman. Shamans get higher rank, that alone is very good. More physical resistance, stacks, and gives him power. Another good item. This guy has actually pretty good items. Bonewood Staff, magic item drop chance plus 5%, so I got a slight bonus here, more items. This is a weapon, a lower base miscast chance, some attack, magic resistance, magical attacks, more battle loot, so the usual, you know, copy pasta stuff with some other stuff. But, every time he casts a spell for 17 seconds, your whole army gets 12 attack and 20% charge bonus. And in Warhammer 3, this basically just gets reapplied, and you can easily cast a spell every 17 seconds with this guy, which makes this army nuts. Units with over 100 charge, and units that will not miss, and they will hit super hard. So, don't even care about the rest of the stats in this item. That ability is what makes it amazing. He has a pig mount called Splint Reaper. You want to get this on him because he's gonna be faster. He does get a little bit better at fighting and a little bit tougher, but he's also more vulnerable to range. This is the usual copy pasta here. They forgot about his missile resistance because, you know, apparently he has physical resistance. He's a savage orc, so he doesn't need generic missile resistance because who needs that? He's kind of like a demon and not even a missile resist here. His unique skills, real savage boys. So on top of everything you can get with this guy, you get another base buff to attack and charge for the savage orcs. On all the savage orcs. And they already excel at attacking and charging. Savage Riders, Savage Orc Cavalry get additional 8 attack and 10% charge bonus. See where this goes? He's gonna be resistant to physical. His army is going to cast potent buffs, damage, and the army is going to be one of the hardest hitting armies in the game. Fury of the Prophet, the whole army, every single unit gets magical attacks, which is kind of trash in Warhammer 2, but it's gonna be amazing in Warhammer 3. And all the enemies will lose magical resistance. I assume it's gonna be spell resistance in Warhammer 3. While fit, Wurza gets perfect vigor, big speed and defense buff. Colossal Warpaint. The whole army gets additional 5% physical resistance, and trolls, giants, arachnarok spiders, and rogue idols get additional 20 physical resistance, which makes some of these units incredibly tough, especially the rogue idols, because they're considered savage orc units in the first place. Titanic Blast. This is his final skill. Wind of Magic costs -9 for Foot of Gork, and Wind of Magic costs -6 for Foot of Gork upgraded. And this is the best spell the strongest spell of this lore. It literally summons this titanic being that stomps the ground and destroys the unit. And sometimes casting this spell is enough to win the battle. And this guy will be able to cast it multiple times. So, amazing lord, shit faction, good target for Confederate. Hopefully in the future they add Savage Orc Lord, Savage Orc Hero, a couple more Savage Orc units, and we can have a proper Savage Orc faction. Was enough for you dead one time? Well, yeah. I regret not keeping 2 Savage Orc Arboys. Playing this guy, don't underestimate the value of 2 Savage Orc Arboys in the army, especially on the bottlenecks, shoot the enemy range. I wonder if they're going to upgrade the garrisons in Warhammer 3 for this faction. This faction has some of the worst garrisons in the game. Tier 1 is actually better than Tier 2. So this faction needs river garrisons and better garrisons in general. Yeah, what I'm hoping for, I hope to see another Savage Orc building, or one that goes higher, and access to Savage Orc, more Savage Orc stuff for this guy.
I has my mystic powers.
Oh, Wurzak. There's only 3 buttons here, where the rest of the buttons? So what do we have here? We got
The biggest, meanest gobbo ever.
the fattest gobo ever. Grom the Punch. Is the only Greenskin faction with a unique mechanic, which makes it the best Greenskin faction. It's kind of sad, but that's how it works. This guy is the reason the Greenskin got rework, and this guy is the reason why the goblins are so goddamn effective, and his armies are even more than effective. They're kind of insane. This guy has access to Grom's Cauldron. This is the unique mechanic. Suitable climate temperate island, so Ultuan. Has minus 8 relation to the high elves, so guaranteed war. Has an additional chance to contain pump wagons, and goblins can get recruited faster with goblin recruitment. Lord effects. Leadership plus 10 when fighting against elves. Physical resistance 10% for goblin units in his army, so tougher goblins. And the chariots and pump wagons are 30% cheaper. He also gets regeneration, but I'm not sure what the game has to say here. He starts with some snarling pump wagons, spike rollers, the best ones. A unit of river trolls, which is not really relevant. And a unit of stone trolls, which is amazing. Did not show Wurzak's Wa. Well, the Wurzak's Wa just buffs the Savage Orc army with more physical resistance. So, if the enemy don't have magic, they're fucked. That's all I can say about it. There's a bug which it gets removed, so I didn't want to go there. If they patched it, you know, I'll be mentioning that thing, although until then it's just broken as shit. So, totally different start. He starts in Bretonnia, there's a mountain chain in Bretonnia, and his target is Ultuan. This faction is so goddamn impressive, is one of the factions that can achieve campaign victory faster than nearly any other faction in the game, with maybe like 1 or 2 other factions that can win maybe faster. This guy can win in a couple of hours. That's how powerful his mechanic is. So you get a super cheap, super effective army with a pretty good lord. This is the mechanic. You collect ingredients and then you cook buffs. And buffs can be like a regeneration for the whole army or some other stuff. A lot of nasty stuff. A lot of OP stuff. Some trivial stuff. Basically provide faction-wide bonuses. Or local bonuses, penalties, depending what you cook. And you enjoy an additional unique mechanic and everything that comes with it, which no other Greenskin factions have.
The widest.
This guy here is a Chariot Lord. Pretty impressive base stats. He should be fighting infantry though. The fact he's regenerating makes him very strong. Early high elves literally have no chance against these guys. High elves need at least tier 3 to compete. So depending how fast they progress, you know, they're gonna get stomped or you know, might resist a bit. So I got a goblin flavor with this guy. This guy can also immediately just click, get Scarsnick in a few turns. And you get 2 Legend Lords before turn 10, and even crazier stuff. If you've seen my last campaign with Grom, you can see it how crazy it gets. There's a lucky banner here, which is enchanted item. Gives him high drop chance for items, high chance steal items, ward save. The whole army gets 1 defense, and it gets a ability lucky banner. For enchanted item, it's pretty amazing. This slot is usually for healing items, but having an item like this is pretty amazing. He already has a generation, so... How do Gobas fare against endgame elf armies? Well, the elves will not survive to see the endgame. They will get stomped, outnumbered, and crushed before the endgame. Axe of Grom, this is a weapon, a little bit weird. 5 growth, all provinces, what? 40 AP, 50 anti-infantry, and then ability that says 29-second 2-minute cooldown. Weapon is a little bit off, but you know, it is what it is. I don't know what they were trying to do with this one. Gets 50 infantry and 40 anti-infantry, 40 armor piercing makes him pretty deadly against infantry. The usual Greenskin crap on top, plus the Goblin Tide. His unique skills buff goblins, leadership, big aura size, which is relevant for the moment, but it gets unnecessary in a bit. Goblin souls only gonna have leadership problems if they're taking explosive damage. Culinary Curmudgeon, all provinces get growth and replenishment for this army. Hit points, physical resistance for Grom. Armor speed and perfect vigor for chariots and pump wagons. This is one of his weaker skills. Boisterous shakedown. Further buffs to magic item drop chance, more second most possible loot, so it's a money skill. And he gets a rattled effect, which I don't even remember what it is. And he gets a big charge bonus. Really nothing special. Most of it comes really from his Colden mechanic. As a lord, this is pretty good though. On the right side has also additional buff for the goblins, so it has a Goblin Tide, and then you get goblins to anti-large and additional attack buff on top. And there is another unique skill here. There's a different ability here compared to the other stuff. But it's basically a lord that creates amazing early game experience, is powerful from the very start of the campaign, which makes him one of the lords that snowballs the fastest in the entire game. The only faction that snowball faster than this guy, probably Beastman. A lot of fun to play, especially if you get Skarsnik. But it's gonna be different in the Immortal Empires. It starts in the same position, but Skarsnik has been moved to 3 picks. So no Skarsnik rush. And no doubt he's gonna be again full-turn objective. His Wa does have some regeneration on top of attack and damage, which is also a little bit unique. Grimgor is more about damage, Wurzak is physical resistance, this guy is regeneration, while Skarsnik gets missile stuff. It's pretty much whole rework, taking these guys as the base. That's why the goblins were over the top at the start and required them post-patch to get in the orc buffs of the rework. It was a goblin rework, not really a greenskin rework at the time. The last one is a very cool character, but I call him a botched job. I really like this character, but he got released at the same time as Imrik, but they didn't give shit about this guy, I think. So Azak the Slaughterer is in the Northern Village Mountains and is more oriented towards the Empire immediately than the Dwarfs. Suitable climate temperate, that's pretty much the Empire. Diplomatic relations plus 40 with the Vampire Counts and Ark in the Black. If the undead ever get strong again, or ever get strong, might be something. Va has a chance to get in Wyverns. 20% research rate, because you know you need the research rate on the current greenskin technology. It's not going super fast already. 25% more from Sinks Elements. The weirdest thing is the only thing that's really special about his faction effects is the temporary climate being suitable. His load effects are basically large leadership aura size and character aura leadership effects plus, so that blue circle for Azak has a big radius and additional value on the leadership, so everybody close to Azak will have a big leadership buff, which for a little bit is relevant, but it gets outdated fast. Stunning units are a little bit boring if you ask me, but it has at least a tier unit and a troll unit, and it has this multiplayer unit. And that's it. This guy wears the crown of Nagash and it's supposed to be special, but you know, devs decide how special.
Hail to
Best thing about this guy is his voice actor.
Yeah. As I is here. What you want? The crown's whispering.
When you get into his quest battles, the speeches he gives are the best. Of course, second only to Karl Franz. So a different starting location. Sometimes, you know, the only thing some of these factions have. It's sometimes good enough. This is a orc shaman that has access to that magic. That magic was shit through most of Warhammer 2, but it got better now. It got better in Warhammer 3 even more. So he has abilities to fight, but he's also a wizard. So he's a fighter and a wizard in one. Can get pretty good damage and has access to the Lord of Death. Lord of Death's supposed to be scary, but for most of Warhammer 2 it wasn't. It was not. So the certain stuff here, missile resistance and access to spells. His lore is Lava, provides fear and terror on the whole army when doing the vow. Situationally good or situationally useless. Has 3 items. The Crown of Sorcery, that's the crown he has on the head. Enables advanced lore of death magic, so he can only go until evasion. And for the rest he needs the crown. The crown lowers Miska's base chances, an enchanted item by the way. Gives him more starting magic amount, immune to vampiric attrition, and lowers the obedience penalty due to presence or lack of corruption in a local province. Local province. Also gives him a bounce spell, Gaze of Nagash, which is hopefully going to be better in Warhammer 3. I'm one of the people who thinks this item should be really special and really powerful, but that might be just me. Azak's hard armor, 15 armor, 6 defense, 15 missile resist, 15 physical resist. So armor is pretty good, and then it has another ability that can activate to give Azak and nearby units armor and meld defense. 38 seconds, so it can affect a couple of units. I think this one is more than okay. Combination of missile resistance and physical resistance make it really good because this guy is going to be flying. And there is the Slashes. It doesn't look like anything special, but this is how I like my weapons. Attack, damage, extra effector 2. More possible loot, so more money, and it has another buff. So basically 18 attack, 15 weapon strength, while the other units also get this attack as well. So simple and effective. Like his weapons. I think it's a pretty good weapon in the armor, but I think this should be better. Has access to a skull mancha, which is pretty unique for the Greenskins to fly on a mount, and the fact that he's a wizard, he can pick his targets, pretty good. This is unique, and this makes him special. Has some weird ass shit here. All has leadership stuff here, and then has more leadership stuff here, and then the usually generic stuff here. Missile resistance goes a long way because he's flying. There's a siege attacker like the other wyverns. You sure the other wyverns on siege attacker? Okay, that's pretty cool. Battle of Wyvern is also siege attacker. I remember these things being siege attackers. Mounts. Hold on. You're saying Orc War Boss is not a siege attacker on a mount? I don't remember that. Okay, so unique skills. Imbued by Madness. Upkeep minus 25% for all Orc and Brigand's infantry and cavalry units. This does not work on the Black Orcs. And Frenzy for all Orcs and Brigand's infantry and cavalry units. This is pretty good. I'm a little sad it doesn't work on the Black Orcs, but after, initially I was disappointed by this, but the Brigands work just fine. And especially if they get Frenzy. With the access to several buffs and then the scrap upgrades and the Frenzy on top, the Brigands will do just fine. And he has access to make the cavalry with Frenzy, which is quite special as well. Earth-shaking orders. Defense, speed and missile strength for the Orcs. So another buff. So he won't certainly buff the regular Orcs, the non-Black Orcs. And he does a good job with that. Insane visions, more shamans, more recruitment rank for the shamans. No Orc enough, not Orc enough. All of these units will also get Vanguard. Vanguard on the whole army. And high chance to intercept. While the Abandon is probably one of his worst skills. 20 charge and 8 attack. That's like, I'm not even sure how this is acceptable in Legend of Lord on one skill. Single entity charge, who cares? And 8 attack, not good enough. That'd be nice if it was Frenzy, right? Darkest Nimbus gives him a bounce spell, Wind of Death, 1 use, but he can overcast it for the real damage. But he also gets regeneration. Other than that, Azak does have access to Arcane Item, which also could provide different bonuses depending how you build them. Lord of Death makes him quite unique, and he still has access to the fighter line. So he can get quite a lot of stats and be fun to use in battles. It definitely is more special than Grimgor. Grimgor is more base and simple. So at least has this going for him. Who knows, Grimgor being moved out of Belegar might make Azak look way better. The thing I don't really like about Azak is this thing requires 4 skill stake. I just refuse that you need to take everything to unlock shit like this. It's gonna be a little bit less so when you have 50 skills, especially a lord who has so many skills. So Azak having extra rank 50 automatically makes him better. I think this faction should have some kind of mechanic. Maybe extra raise dead in some units. It's pretty bare bones. No mechanic and something minor. Doesn't have to be big. Minor. His special wizardly weapon is actually worse than the regular stuff. So this should probably get fixed as well. The wizardly weapons should be stronger without a downside, and not weaker than the regular stuff. Wizardly weapons, but no magical attacks. So he also got shit here. So this should probably be stronger, no downside, and magical attacks. Otherwise this is just shit compared to the other ones. All the big ones have pretty good scrap upgrades otherwise. Oh, Azak starts. Looks like the same location. Look a little bit different now. He's basically can go on every direction. He is next to Ice Court, which we don't know how strong Ice Court will be. So this location looks a little bit spookier. Definitely a little bit spookier. And Arcane will be coming down immediately. So he should definitely be getting all the help he can get. So this is gonna be it, boys, for today's Jibber. Enough talking here. We went through the Dwarfs and the Greenskins. We still have to go Vampires, Norska, Bertonia, Woodales, Beastmen, and Chaos. And we have 10 days ahead of us. We're not done with the stream for tonight though. I decided, you know, I'm kind of actually bored waiting, and I noticed that if I start watching a TV show, I just like lose interest immediately. So I'm decided to finish the remaining achievements in Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2. So I'm gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be probably rushing through it. But you guys can still stay here, we can chat, we can ask questions always. We're gonna be doing this for a few hours every day until the Immortal Empires. Okay, switching to Warhammer 1 now.